Hello everyone and welcome to another Ace Attorney stream. It's been a while. So I think we're starting episode 4 from Justice for All. Farewell my Turnabout. So let's just get right into it. Now the moment you've all been waiting for. Who will be this year's Grand Prix champion? Who will be our hero of heroes? Well, or maybe Captain Saipan with all the... I see the students of a certain Star League school. The global hero doesn't want to go home without a prize. We hope Lady Luck is with all our heroes tonight. And now, the winner of the 3rd annual Hero of Heroes Grand Prix is me! Guys, somebody just sliced the moon in half. Whoa! The true hero of the night! It looks like this year's Grand Prix goes to this fantastic warrior. The Nickel Samurai. Too bad, Jammy Ninja. Looks like the title eluded you again this year. Well, that's kind of mean saying who was second and not giving him anything. I thought it was Steel Samurai again. I guess there's a Nickel Samurai now. Alright, yes. Did you hear that, Nick? Did you? The Nickel Samurai. He did it. Yeah, he sure did. I'm too old. I'm getting too old for this. I'm proud of the guy for doing the series justice. So the person everyone was cheering for, I guess he got the prize? Yep. You know who we were talking about, right, Pearly? The Nickel Samurai. No, every Sunday I only watch the educational kids channel. Kids Masterpiece Theater. Okay, that's it. From now on, it's the Nickel Samurai. All the kids watch it. Do you like the Nickel Samurai too, Mr. Nick? Nah, Nick's an old fart, so he's not allowed to watch it anymore. That's right, but I do like Kids Masterpiece Theater. Hey, I didn't know you were so young at heart, Nick. Mr. Nick, you're a grown-up. You're not allowed to watch it anymore. You're supposed to act your age and have interests that match. Well, somebody's taught Pearl wrong. You can watch kid stuff as long as you'd like to. You just have to grow up a little bit as you go on, so you're not a kid forever, but you can be a kid at heart. It's very important. Give it a rest, Pearly. Looks like I made the right choice in inviting everyone here. I'm glad you're all having a good time. It's like a dream. Too bad for the Jammy Ninja, though. Last year he lost to the Pink Princess Warrior of Old Tokyo. I thought this might be his year. Yeah. Oh, hey, did anyone else think the Jammy Ninja looked a bit different today? Different? What do you mean? Well, he wasn't carrying his big red guitar. His bright red guitar. Hey, you're right, strange. He'd walk around without his signature guitar. I will never understand these people and their shows. Anyway, Mr. Powers, thank you very much for tonight. It was nothing. I owe you one. So it's just my way of saying thanks. Hey, Nick, come on. It's time to get going to the lobby. There's a post-ceremony stage show that's supposed to start real soon. And then I heard there's going to be a press conference after that. A press conference? Is he going to make a speech about winning this year's prize? Well, not exactly. Something about the Nickel Samurai confessing something. Confessing? Sounds pretty serious. Nick, come on. You don't want us to be the last ones there, do you? Yeah, Mr. Nick, do you? Why me? The show doesn't even start for another 20 minutes. Let's catch up with Will. We haven't seen him for a long time now. Thank you very much for inviting us today. It was really nothing. Guys like us don't get to come to a place like this often, so I thought I'd invite you all. Hey, Mr. Powers, what have you been up to lately? Well, since the Pink Princess successfully wrapped up last month, I've been on a kids' exercise show, while wearing a rabbit mask over my face. Oh, I see. I'm still really sorry about all the headache I caused you that time, Mr. Wright. Well, what's done is done. Let's just forget about it. This is Will Powers. He's an action star. His popularity exploded when he was the Steel Samurai, and he was the first case Maya worked on with me. That was the first case of Maya? Somehow it doesn't sound right, but at the same time, I guess it does. That really was forever ago now. It's too bad you look scary, or people know you're a real softie who's good with kids. Thanks. Poor Will. I can't believe they're going to make a movie based on the Nickel Samurai. Honestly, I don't think Will looks scary at all. I guess he is big, so I kinda see it, but I don't know. I just see him as Big Teddy Bear, really. I can't believe it either, but for a different reason. The Steel Samurai, an epic story of one hero in a desperate fight against his arch nemesis, the evil magistrate, in the city of Neo-Old Tokyo. And last year they started a new series, The Nickel Samurai. The new series seems to be a hit with the kids too. I'm really attached to the Steel Samurai as a show. So I was hoping that maybe I'd get the chance to do something in this one too. Yeah, it's too bad. It'd be awesome to see you with the new actor Matt on guard. He's super popular right now too. On guard? Looks like Pearls doesn't know who he is. This year, it's going to be the Nickel Samurai versus the Jammin' Ninja at the box office. Jammin' Ninja? Who's that again? So, who is this Jammin' Ninja again? He's a hero, duh. His symbol is the bright red guitar he's always carrying. A ninja who always carrying around a bright red guitar? How does that even work? With a scarf around his neck and a guitar in hand, he rises to stardom in an ancient time. A ninja who becomes a star? Yeah, a ninja who becomes a star. Well, he does have a big star on his head. There's a strong rivalry between the two of them. Global Studios, Nickel Samurai, and Worldwide Studios, Jammin' Ninja. They even air at the same time. You know what I heard? I heard those two don't get along at all. The Nickel Samurai is on guard, and the guy who plays the Jammin' Ninja, I mean, the Nickel Samurai speaks French? Oh, you mean Matt on guard, the actor. I guess even the world of heroes isn't a sparkling, happy place. Yeah. Okay, what do I have? Glossy photo Maya pushed onto me? Oh, I see. Movie poster. Then we got Maya's Magatama still, and we got the attorney's badge. Alright, let's get moving. Gatewater Hotel. Wow, what is with this place? Looks like I've stumbled into Oz or something. Way in the back there's a sign for the bathroom. Maybe I should visit while I can before the show starts. Maybe. There are toilets in each room in this hotel, but since all sorts of events are held here, there are bathrooms for people who aren't staying here to use as well. Well, I would hope so, because even if you are staying here, what if your hotel room's on the other side of the hotel and you really need to go to the washroom? You might not make it in time. Anyway, perfect for people like me who can't afford to stay here in the first place. Compared to the flowers on the other side of the hall, these are much more gorgeous. Let's see, record companies, fan clubs, company workers, family. Carrying all these flowers home would be hard, I think. Yeah. Well, your house would be a jungle with all those flowers. There's a piece of paper taped on the door that says Juan Cordia's room. Juan Cordia. His name just sounds like a star's name. I've heard it before, but I don't know anything about him at all. Is he the, Nicholas? Or Jamming Ninja? I already forget which one is mad on guard. I can't understand flowers in front of dressing rooms, but what are stuffed bears doing here? Could it be that there's an action star with a soft spot for teddy bears? Nah, can't be. Okay. To Mr. Engard from Global Studio staff. It'd be nice if lawyers got flowers too, something like to Mr. Wright from all your grateful clients. There's a piece of paper tapped to the door that says Mad on Guard's room. Mad on Guard, I've heard that name before. Oh, yeah, Maya's always yammering about him like the obsessed fan she is. So Mad on Guard is Nickel Samurai, and then Juan Corrida is the Jammin' Ninja. Got it. Anyway. Sounds like the post-ceremony show is about to start. Alright, I'm so pumped. I wonder if he's going to show off his special move today, Nickel Samurai Smelting. Actually, what I'm interested in most is the press conference. You mean the big confession the Nickel Samurai is going to make after the show? So, what is it? Don't you know what it's about, Mr. Powers? Well, I'm not the Steel Samurai anymore, so I don't have any idea. Bah. Sorry. So I guess you are all going to the press conference then? Yeah, of course. If that's the case, then here, take these tickets so you can get in. Press conference ticket. Seems like the Nickel Samurai is to confess something after the post-ceremony stage show. Thank you very much. Well, let's get going to the lobby. It looks like it's over this way, Mr. Nick. Okay, for great justice. Alright, here we go. Only a really gaudy hotel would have such a large gaudy lobby to match. It is kinda overly fancy, isn't it? I think they're going to have the post-ceremony show over there. Why is my phone going crazy? Oh, you didn't have to pinch me. Pinch yourself if you don't believe it. We are asking for everyone's cooperation at this time, so please stay where you are. This is a special request from the police. Police? Police? Did they just say the police? Do you want me to go check out what's going on? Wait, I'll come with you. Freeze. You two, didn't you hear the announcement just now? It just finished telling you not to move. That voice, I've heard that voice somewhere before. Honestly, youth these days can't be bothered to listen to other people when they talk. Just the other day it was... Oh, I know the speed of text very well. This is old bag, isn't it? No, 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 no. This non-stop chatter. It can't be. Miss Oldbag? What is it, you young whippersnappers? Do I know you? Of course you do. We're probably what maybe got you fired from your last job because obviously you have a new one if you're in the space costume. Wait, you're Powers, aren't you? Yeah, about what happened back then. You didn't even get nominated this year, did you? Oh, that's right, you're doing that children's exercise program. Trying to play nice. Yeah, that's me. Thankfully, I still have a job. I love that show, and you're a hoot. You're the... yes, even the face covered by the mask. What a work of art. This... Jesus, lady! What are you doing here? Look at my uniform, and tell me you can't tell I'm a member of security. I don't think I can tell. But that outfit. Annoying nosy brat, get the blaster. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Miss Oldbag, what are you doing here? What happened to your position at Global Studios? Oh, that old place. Well, since that accident, they've been letting people go. When they cut the security team, I got the pink slip. What incident? What did you do? I didn't do anything, you young'un. Don't you remember that incident a year ago? When this lady got on the witness stand and testified? Yeah? And weren't you the one who was bullying me, this fragile girl at heart? I plead the fifth. But, you know, I think maybe I rubbed the upper management the wrong way by testifying. Yes, that has to be it. Everything is your fault. Me? I thought about being a bodyguard at first, after being handed old Pinky. You, a bodyguard? You know what? She probably wasn't let go because she testified, but what she said in her testimony. Because didn't she said that she kept leaving her post just to watch stage performances? Yeah, that's definitely a thing that could get you fired. You a bodyguard? For your friend, that fiery looking guy with the red jacket and the ruffles? Mr. Edgeworth? But that sort of arrangement would be entirely too troublesome for me. That's what he said to me. What did I do to deserve that? Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. What happened? So did something happen? I don't have all the details, but it looks like another one of those incidents happened again. An incident? Like a murder kind of incident? Maybe. You see, I'm a bit of a devilish woman. First you were a young girl at heart, now you're a devilish woman. Are you both, or do you need to pick one? Anyway, so whenever I go showers of blood are sure to follow. Bet you didn't know that. Why? What have you been up to? Wendy is suspicious now. Then shouldn't you quit being a security guard, at least for other people's sake? Silence, whippersnapper. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Hey, Nick. What is it? I don't like that devilish smile playing on your lips. Let's make like we're going to the bathroom and check things out. No way. The police told us not to go anywhere, remember? Huh? How boring. You're such a boring guy. You've got no motivation, no spirit. Huh? What's going on? Are you giving Mystic Maya trouble again, Mr. Nick? Not you too, Pearls. Please, don't stick your little nose into this one. So, listen to this, Pearly. This one time at lawyer camp, Nick. Okay, I get it. Let's go take a look. Yay! I knew you couldn't say no to me, Nick. That's right. You'd walk over miles of hot coals for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you, Mr. Nick? I don't think he would, honestly. That would be every time we work on a case. Yeah, I guess he has, in a way. Theoretically, anyway. Or not theoretically, but like... You know what I mean. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's go already. You can come along too, Pearly. Goody, I get to come. Alright, well, let's get moving back to the hall. Slowly make our way to the bathroom again. There's nothing really out of the ordinary here. Are you looking for the incident that the old lady was talking about? Doesn't look like it happened here. Well, we'd better go look somewhere else. Alright then, let's try. Oh right, we're not going to the bathroom, we're looking for the incident. Somehow I mixed our cover and what we're actually doing. Excuse me, Ack? Are you by chance Miss Maya Fey? What's with your slightly... What's with the slightly suspicious music and the stitch down his entire face? I've only just met this guy, but I already somehow don't like him. Yeah, that's me. You have a phone call waiting for you in the front desk. A call? I wonder if it's someone from Korean Village. What's wrong, Mystic Maya? Oh, nothing. You guys go on ahead and I'll be right there, okay? Okay. Right this way, Miss Faye. Maya, are you sure you want to go with this guy? I guess they're gone. Let's go look somewhere else now, Mr. Nick. Yeah, okay. This is a little exciting and a little scary. I guess so. I actually haven't examined this room yet. It's a feast fit for a king. Yeah. It was the first time I ate that food. What was it called again? I think it started with a kiwi? That's right, a kiwi. I don't know what to say. It's a sweet but sour fruit all in one. Poor Pearls haven't eaten only vegetables all her life. She's been missing out. At least vegetables are healthy. This sure is one luxurious hotel. Almost to the point of gaudy. With how it blends together everything fancy imaginable. Speaking of fancy, didn't that bellboy give me something like that last year? Oh, The award ceremony was just held on that stage. It was really fabulous. You just reminded me of the circus for a second. I wonder if everyone is alright. I heard that Big Berry I always mix berry and big. Berry Big Circus just recently started holding performances again. I'm sure they're all fine, Pearls. Not that I particularly like that case, but maybe you guys should go check out how they're doing, since they are doing performances again. So that's called the chandelier, right? Yep. What is that for? What does it do? Well, it's for lighting up a room, Pearls. Mr. Nick, can I look down now? My head hurts. My neck hurts. Yeah, I don't particularly want to look up at a chandelier unless it's kind of far away. There's a grand set of doors over there. It's the doors Maya's followed the bellboy out of. Okay. Let's go to the hallway. Did we lose connection at some point? Just realized the time I've been streaming is not 11 minutes. Okay, yeah. I think we're good now, though. All the connection seems good now. Alright. I told you. I get people the info they want, which means they that I've got a right to know. Nope, don't care who you are, pal. We're still investigating, so you can't go in. Sounds like Gumshoe. What's your problem? Just you wait. I'll be all over the morning paper. Scruffy detective secret scandal revealed. You'll see. I'll get you back. Those two sound pretty serious. That southern accent can only mean Gumshoe and Lotta again? Hey, Wright. Okay, why have they brought Lotta back 3 different times? Was she really that popular a character? Because, not gonna lie, she's definitely not one of my favorites or anything. She's very middle of the road type of character for me. Hey, Lotta. Come on, do a gal a favor and tell this cop I'm just doing my job and I've got rights. Ah, you. Detective Gumshoe. Hey, pal, help a guy out. Tell her that only the police are allowed here. This is the scene of a murder, so she should leave this to us pros. A murder? Ah, shoot, me and my big mouth. See, I knew it. My gut instinct told me so. I always trust my gut. A murder, it said. And that's what it is, a genuine murder. Great. Hey, wait. Yeehaw, a murder. Of a big star, no less. Great, one of the big stars got murdered. Can this get any worse? Oh man, I'm in trouble now. What happened? So, Detective Gumshoe, a murder? No, that's not it. I got my facts mixed up for a second there, pal. Mr. Nick, is the dead person the Nickel Samurai? Huh? Why do you ask? Well, Miss Maya was rooting for him, so... It wasn't the Nickel Samurai that got bumped. Actually, the Nickel Samurai is the one under suspicion of doing the bumping off. What? The guy that died was this hero named the Jammin' Ninja, pal. I figured it was one of them. I kind of suspected it to be the Nickel Samurai, not the Jamming Ninja, though. Then again, even though the Nickel Samurai won the title, you look at the Jamming Ninja's room, and there's so much more flowers, so much more love sent to that room. Like, I don't know. I'm not surprised that Nickel Samurai is under suspicion right now. I would be suspicious of him too. That woman with the big puffy hair that looks like cotton candy. You mean Lotta? That woman, she was there that time too, right? That time? When Mystic Maya did that channeling. Oh, that time. Well, Lotta's a journalist, so that's why she's there. Journalist? It looks like she's hanging around here before the murder happened. Hanging around? Yeah, hiding in wait in front of the Jamming Ninja's door, pal. But why would she? She wouldn't tell me, pal. She said something about getting my big scoop. Scoop? What sort of news could she be after? So the victim was the Jamming Ninja? Mr. Jamming Ninja. He was on the real popular rival TV show to the Nickel Samurai. Oh. The victim was the action star, Juan Cordia. He was a huge push and he got a huge push and rode the express train to stardom. I mean, even I know who he is. Yeah, even I recognize his face. But I heard lately that Matt on Guard been taking the wind out of his sail. I see. I'm telling you, pal, as far as who's popular, those two are hogging all the limelight. I guess there's no space for Mr. Powers at all, huh? Poor guy. Matt and Guard. Huh. That's the Nickel Samurai, right? Yep, I mean, no. You've got to say it with more oomph. The Nickel Samurai. So now that Juan Cordia's gone, that means Matt on Guard has the whole stage to himself, wouldn't you say? I wouldn't bet on it, pal. We can't have that happen, you know? Can't have that happen? What's that supposed to mean? Tell me more about the Nickel Samurai. Would you take a look at this for me? Listen, pal. I'm not leaking any more info about the evidence to you this time. If I do, my salary's really gonna get it. And then I won't even be able to get those instant noodles down at the discount market. Okay. Can you tell me about this? Would you take a look at this for me? Nope. Okay. Alright, Gumshoe. Examine? Already examined all of this. Okay, I guess we'll move back to the hall. Hotel lobby. Show her some stuff. These eyes of mine are real pros now. Pros? Pros at doing what? At doing police work, of course. My eyes are like a hawk. And my professional eyes spot a messy incident. A messy, bloody incident. That's why I don't have time for you meddling kids and your petty little things. Okay, what about this? These eyes of mine are really Okay. Well, what am I... Wait, I didn't really examine anything down there, did I? It's the stage for the post-ceremony stage show. There was supposed to be a press meeting after the show, but now... It looks like no one will hear the Nickel Samurai had to confess after all. Alright, he had a confession to make. Was it maybe... Well, no, he wasn't the one who got murdered, so... Interesting. It looks like no one will ever hear what the Nickel Samurai had to confess after all. A lobby with grand staircase always feels so enormous. But right now, the only thing filling this enormous room is anxiety about the murder. I really hope nothing else bad happens here. Seats for the spectators of the post-ceremony show and the press conference. It's not too bad neither event is but it's too bad neither event is going to be held now. These cameras must belong to the press conference that came to cover the These cameras must belong to the press that came to cover the conference. They're all basically doing the same thing, staring at the empty stage. I can see that. Nothing else here. Doesn't look like it. Okay, move. Go back to there, move. Go back to there. I don't know. Okay. Well, what am I supposed to do now? I feel like I've already kind of done everything I needed to do. Great, I'm already stuck. Oh, wait a minute. Not that. Forgot we can present to people. Tell me about this guy. I'm not a real fan of action shows or anything, but I know who won Cordia and Madame Garde are. You can't talk about one without talking about the other, I guess. They even debuted it around the same time. So they have this real fiery rivalry with each other. Kinda like you and me, pal. I never knew he thought of me as a rival. Yeah, I didn't think so either. I thought you guys were just friends. The Nickel Samurai, he really took the Grand Prix tonight. Maya's a big fan of his. Really? Oh, I'm sorry then. Why are you sorry? Matt on guard was just arrested, pal. On suspicion of murdering Juan Cordia. What? Well, we already kind of knew that. Didn't we? Yeah, and unlocked another thing, so at least that's good. Why was Mr. Engard arrested? Sorry, pal, but that's not something I can tell you. We just started the investigation, so we don't want any leaks. Looks like yet another Steel Samurai hero is in hot water. Steel Samurai, Nickel Samurai, I don't know. Mr. Nick, if Mystic Maya knew about this? Yeah, I know, she'd make me make this case. She'd make me take this case, I know. Yeah, she would. I guess we should go find her. Hey, so what's going on, Mr. Wright? It looks like Juan Cordia has been killed. What? Juan? He's... It looked like he was murdered and a suspect was arrested. That suspect is Mr. Madden Guard. You're joking, right? Nope, they arrested the Nickel Samurai on suspicion of murdering the Jammin' Ninja. Ugh, not again, I feel sick. Again? About a year ago, something like this happened, Pearls. I still can't believe. No way. No way Matt would. What's Mr. Powers got in his hand? Oh, before I forget, this is for you, Mr. Wright. I got this from the bellboy that came by her earlier. Originally from the bellboy, it can transmit and receive signals over great distances. Why would the bellboy give me a radio transceiver? For me, but why? I don't know. All he said was it was for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the attorney. Okay. Matt is the most energetic and active I can't talk today. Matt is the most energetic and active actor out there right now. The Nickel Samurai really sealed his place as the pop idol, but he kept adding fuel to the fire and his rivalry with Huan anyway. Mr. Huan, he's the Jammin' Ninja, right? Those two would butt heads over everything they could think of. But I'd say that Matt was the only one who almost always came out on top. I guess some people only know how to relate to others by butting heads like Ram. Juan said that he'd take Matt on this time too. So he joined the rival TV show. And that was the Jammin' Ninja? The stylish Nickel Samurai and the burning Jammin' Ninja. Well, things turned messy real fast with those two using their shows as their shows for their war. But the final tally, look around, it's pretty obvious how things ended up. Matt even won the Grand Prix this year. The final win over his rival, I guess. Mr. Engard was going to hold the press conference, wasn't he? That's what I heard. Though, if you wanted to get technical about it, it was the Nickel Samurai's conference. The Nickel Samurai's? Yeah, he was supposed to wear his costume and give the press conference that way. He was going to be in costume, but why? I'm not sure. They don't keep me in the loop anymore. I was just wondering, where's Mystic Maya? She's been gone a long time. Yeah, she was talking to that suspicious bellboy. We should probably find her. And now that the bellboy's giving me a walkie-talkie, I'm like, even more suspicious. Now that she mentions it, Maya was only going to answer a phone call. Maybe she got lost. I'll take a quick look around for her. Why are we sending a little kid on their own? A murder just happened. Come on. Ack. What is it, Mr. Nick? Oh, never mind. She never left. Huh? I'm not sure. It's coming from this transceiver. Yes, hello, Mr. Wright here? Is this Mr. Phoenix Wright, the attorney? And you are? You don't need to know who I am. I think you have other things to be concerning yourself with, such as... Help, Nick! And Maya's in trouble again. But Mystic Maya! Maya? So, Mr. Wright, wouldn't you agree with the more important issue is the fate of the girl? Her fate. Does he mean what I think he means? Maya, where are you? Are you hurt? Come now, don't fall apart on me yet. This can't be. Now that I have your attention, Mr. Attorney, I have a modest proposal for you. What is this? what I require, then I will return to you your valuable item unharmed. What is this called again in your fancy lawyer terms? Kidnapping for ransom. Yes, that's it. This is a kidnapping. Ah! Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! My sight, everything's fading away. Maya's been kidnapped. You there, Mr. Attorney? Are you there? How much? How much do you want? Very good, Mr. Attorney. I'm glad you have such a good grasp of the situation. Hurry up and state your condition, and then return Maya. Money is not what I seek. What? What I want is a certain verdict. I would like a complete acquittal. Complete acquittal? What in the world have you done to need... I am not the person you will be representing. What? You are currently at the Gatewater Hotel, are you not? And I know that a murder has just taken place there. Juan Cardilla was killed and the suspect is mad on guard. You are, as expected, quite on top of things, Mr. Attorney. Now then, what I want is very simple. I want you to obtain a complete acquittal for Matt on guard. Matt on guard? But why? He did not kill anyone, I can attest to that. However... However what? However, someone is framing him for the murder. A very smart person who is setting him up to take the fall. If I agree to do what he wants, can I believe he'll keep his end of the bargain? You are, of course, at liberty to take me at my word or not. However, there is one thing you can take as fact. Right now, your very precious item is with me, in my possession. Help! Nick! Maya. You have 2 days. Of course, tonight, he will be in questioning with the police. But the trial is in 2 days. At that trial, you will win a not guilty verdict. Remember, you will only have one chance. One chance, Mr. Attorney. One? You expect me to get a not guilty in one trial day? Yes, exactly. I don't believe I was wrong in choosing you, so don't let me down. Oh yes, that's right. Now that I am playing the role of the kidnapper, I can't pass up this chance to save. And don't even think about calling the cops. Not great. But you get the idea. Damn it, who the hell are you? Very well, I'll tell you that much. My name is... The Killer. The Killer? Is his name literally The Killer? But just in a different way, so it's like The Killer? Come on. Mr. Nick, where is Mystic Maya? She's been kidnapped. No, it's all my fault. If only I'd gone with Mystic Maya. It's not your fault, Pearls. But it is. Mystic Maya, wah. Mr. Wright, I think we should tell the police what's going on. No, we can't do that. If we do, who knows what will happen to Maya. Mr. Nick, what about the detective we saw earlier? Detective Gumshoe? Yes, that's it. Wait here, and I'll be right back. Alright, I'll take care of Pearl while you're away. What? Ransom? Shush, not so loud. He literally went and told the police immediately. Wait, does he have that receiver still on him? How does he know the killer's not listening in on this? The ransom is complete acquittal for Madengard. Wait, the deal is complete acquittal in exchange for Maya, you mean? Then this means Madangard is obviously the killer, pal. No doubt about it. But the guy said Madangard is innocent. You really believe what a kidnapper tells you, pal? I guess he has a point. If Angard really is innocent, then why the kidnapping? And on top of everything else, there's all this evidence we keep finding. Huh? The forensic team's having a field day back there. But it's strange. There's so much evidence that it feels like something's wrong. There's too much evidence. Is that possible? Is it possible? You would think too much evidence would be a good thing. Actually, did the kidnapper say something about Angard being set up? Anyway, looks like you won't be leaving here tonight, pal. Just sit tight and cooperate with the investigation. Tomorrow you can start yours. Alright. Isn't there another way? We've also got to be careful about pushing the kidnapper the wrong way. You're right. We literally told the police. But I guess you can say we told a friend, and technically not the police, but it's the police. Gumshoe is the police. Oh, everything's question marks. Ow, my head. Oh, wine cellar. Where am I? I wonder if I'm still at the hotel. What happened to me? Nick, Pearly. Come on, you guys. This isn't funny anymore. Jeez. I knew he wasn't good news. I see you have awoken. Ah! Who are you? Not gonna lie, him appearing out of nowhere did make me jump slightly. Me? I am known as the killer. The killer? You mean like an assassin? I'm too young to die. Don't worry. You are not my target. For now, anyway. Nick, where are you? Help me. Yes, that's right. Only one person can save you now, and that is Mr. Phoenix Wright. Huh? What? Nick's going to save me? Calm down and be a good girl. Think of this as a business transaction. A business transaction? I am going to contact him now. I hope you'll cooperate and play your assigned role well. Nick. What's going to happen to me? Nick, Pearly. Sis. Your sis is already kind of dead. Sorry, Maya, but you know. Is this Mr. Phoenix Wright, the attorney? You don't need to know who I am. I think you have other things to be concerning yourself with, such as... And that's where the phone call comes in. I see. So she's in a wine cellar somewhere. Good morning. Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, come on, let's hurry and go see Matt on guard. We have to wait a bit, Pearls. Visiting hours don't start until 9 a.m., so... Oh, I see. Mystic Maya, if only I had gone with you. Poor Pearls. She's been like this since last night. We managed to get home somehow yesterday evening. Thanks to Detective Gumshoe gently holding her by the hand and leading her here. But by the looks of it, I don't think Pearls got any sleep at all last night. Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya, she's alright, right? Yeah, she's alright. Either way, I'm going to save her. You can trust me on that. I see. Please help her. Funny enough, the first thing that came to my mind hearing that Pearls hasn't sleep is just a concern because she's obviously not fully grown. So now she's not going to grow as tall as she was originally. Just saying. I'm only able to stay this calm and collected because Pearls is doing the crying for the both of us. I see. I have a thought. Huh? You're going to represent Mr. Engard, aren't you? Yeah, I don't really seem to have a choice. But what if he is the real murderer? What would you do then, Mr. Nick? Would you fight to get a not guilty for murder to save Mystic Maya? Pearls. Let's talk to Mr. Engard first, okay? We can think all the bad things we want, but it doesn't change a thing. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry, I can't stop thinking about it. Honestly, can't stop thinking about it either. Pearls, you really worry about Maya, aren't you? I I don't have anyone else left in this world. What do you mean? My family's all gone. Her family? My father? He left my mother and the village behind and went away. I'm sorry. And my mother. She did that thing all for me. Mystic Maya, she's like a sister to me. She's all I have left in this world. Poor Pearls. Talk about crappy parents. Let's get moving. 8:57. I thought it didn't open until 9 though. Oh well, let us in. We couldn't wait for visiting hours to start, so Pearls and I came down here early to visit one nickel samurai charged with the murder of the Jammin Ninja. I guess they let us in early. Good morning. How are you today? I know the situation might be a little tough for you. We're... Oh, sorry, dude. I already signed up. Excuse me? I already have life insurance. I signed up a long time ago, 'cause my job is, you know... Oh, no. We're not insurance sales people. Really? Dude, I really don't need that right now either. Fire extinguishers, you mean? This building isn't my house, so... This guy isn't very bright, is he? No. We're not here to sell you fire extinguishers either. I'm a lawyer. My name is Phoenix Wright. A lawyer? Hold on a sec. I'm gonna ask my manager, okay? The Nickel Samurai sure is a strange person, isn't he? I think strange is an understatement. Sorry about that. You're just in time. Huh? You're a lawyer dude, right? My manager's looking for a good one right now. So how about it? Mr. Nick, this is our chance. I have to make him let me take this case. I have to. Sorry to intrude, but I would like to ask you a few personal questions. That's okay, my dude. My autobiography is coming out soon, so... If I say stuff without the publisher's approval, then I'm going to be in real hot water. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna ask my publisher, okay? Mr. Engard is so lucky. He has so many people he can talk to. I don't know if he's actually has anyone he can really talk to. Sorry about that. Like I thought, the publisher said it would be real bad if I said anything, dude. Does he have a mind of his own? Well, to be fair, he did think that his publisher would think it was a bad idea, so He has at least some mind of his own. Mr. Engard, I would like to ask you about the murder. Oh, are you covering this for the tabloid as a side job, dude? Well, if you want my statement on this, you should ask through my staff. No, I'm asking on behalf of a tabloid. I'm not asking on behalf of the tabloid. Hold on a sec, I'm gonna ask the president of the studio, okay? Oh my god. Stop asking people! Just tell me what happened. Is he alright, Mr. Nick? If we're talking about Mr. Engard's brain here, I wouldn't put my money on it. Sorry about that. The studio president said, even Neo Mount Fuji itself knows that I'm not the murderer. Mr. Nick, what's Neo Mount Fuji? It's a mountain in the city of Neo Old Tokyo, the city the Nickel Samurai protects. Well, that's all fiction, so it would be nice if you could tell us something. What about this? Tell us about your confession thing. It's a ticket for the press conference. We were going to give one after winning the Grand Prix, right? Me? Yes, while you were in costume, no less. I never heard anything like that, dude. I only heard about the stage show. That's weird. I always leave that kind of stuff to my manager. He didn't know? That's odd. It's very odd. Anyway, let's go. Can you tell me about Juan Cordia? Corrida? Man, it's too bad he's dead. You killed him. That's the most logical conclusion, don't you agree? Dude, what are you talking about? You're making a huge mistake. If that's such a mistake, then why did they issue an arrest warrant for you? Oh my god, who is calling now? Hold on a sec, I'm gonna ask the guy in charge of this place, okay? Stars sure know a lot of people, don't they? I wonder if that phone even really gets reception in here. I guess you're right about the warrant after all. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we might be making some progress here. Some progress. Finally. But at the same time, there's not much else to show him. I don't know, you know about this? Mr. Nick, what are you going to do with that? I don't know yet, but I figured I could at least show it to him. Is that a transceiver? Yeah, it looks like a real nice one, too. I got it as a present from someone. Interesting. I've also been instructed to take your case. Is that what you heard from the transceiver? Yes. Dude, that's terrible. Don't let some disembodied voice boss you around. This coming from a man with a cell phone on his wrist. Phoenix is spitting facts right now. Well, dude, I think it's about time for me to get going. Please, wait. I really need to take your case. There's always other people in need of a lawyer, right? Want me to introduce you to a few? Please let Mr. Nick represent you. Man, oh man, lawyers these days. Now you dudes use kids to pull in clients too? If you don't take me as your lawyer, then the killer is going to... Wait, what did you just say? The killer? The killer? What's he doing? He's looking like he's mulling something over. Alright, dude. I accept your terms. Like that's not suspicious. Huh. I'll let you represent me in court. We did it. We did it, Mr. Nick. Yeah. I don't feel any better about it. And he doesn't look too happy either. Go ahead, ask me anything. I'll help you out as much as I can. Finally! Man, I think my lucky stars that people know my name. Well, you're quite the hero, and you're in the national spotlight. I didn't know who he was. Does that mean I'm not a good citizen? It's really great to be a Nickel Samurai. Also, Pearls, it does not mean that you're not a great citizen. It just means that you don't know, what is it called again? You don't know mainstream media. There we go. Came to me eventually. It's really great to be the Nickel Samurai. Dude, lately I just keep on getting more and more popular. True enough. The Nickel Samurai is very popular amongst high schoolers and secretaries right now. I guess Mr. Engard has a way of catching the eyes of women. Do you know my motto? Refreshing like a spring breeze. That's what I am. A spring breeze. That's why this kind of scandal is this disastrous, dude. I mean, even if I get out of here tomorrow, it's gonna look bad. But everyone loves a good scandal. People really shouldn't like scandals as much as they do. Can you tell me about your activities last night? After I got the award, I took a break and went back to my room. I had the post-ceremony stage show to do, so I was in my Nickel Samurai costume. And you were alone the entire time? My manager was running around being busy, so yeah. Because of your press conference you were supposed to hold after the show? I told you, dude, I have no idea about any press conference, alright? That's strange. I thought the Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. Anyway, when I was leaving my room, that's when I noticed it was kind of noisy. Mr. Kurita was already dead at that time. Yeah, that's what I gathered anyway from a manager. I'm beginning to gather that this guy can't do a thing on his own. Or is that what he wants you to think? I know everybody we've represented so far got the not guilty verdict and deserved the not guilty verdict. But considering the killer is trying to force us to prove this guy as not guilty, I just feel like he's guilty, you know? And that's when the detective in the green coat showed up. He searched me, and then, out of the blue, the dude arrested me. About you and the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida. What sort of... That's got nothing to do with anything, dude. Man, with that face of his, you can't even tell he's the same age as me. And he wanted to try to make the Jammin' Ninja movie, even though we all know it'd fail. Would it? You guys are both popular. The Nickel Samurai still won in the end, right? Yeah, I took the Grand Prix by storm. So why would I, the winner, have any reason to kill the guy anyway? Dude, you think it'd be the other way around, you know? That is what I thought was going to happen, yes. Do you know why you were arrested? I guess maybe my full body search went badly. Did they find something on you? They found a button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume. Why? Why was a button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume on you? A button? I don't get it either. It was caught in my pleats of my samurai plans, or a hakama. Interesting. Why was it there? Ah, dude, I really think someone planted it there, though. I'm serious. Mm, I was told that you were framed. I just don't know if I believe it yet. But then this game has already kind of taught me to always believe in my client no matter what. Oh, I'm getting a lot of mixed signals here. Why isn't this? Okay. Um, okay. Just checking messages. I wonder if that's what really happened. See, even Phoenix is suspicious, and I'm like, Phoenix is usually the one to believe his client no matter what. So the fact that he's so suspicious makes me even more suspicious. You know, I guess this is all about. I guess this is about all I'm going to get out of him. Mr. Nick? Yeah? Let's ask one last thing. Let's test Mr. On guard to see if he really is innocent or not. We can do that? Yes. If you use this. Maya's Magatama. That's true, I can test if he's lying or not. He won't be able to hide any secrets from you, Mr. Nick. I'm sure of it. I get it. Mr. Engard, I'd like to ask you one more question. Please answer me honestly. What is it, dude? Did you kill Mr. Juan Corrida? Please put the phone away and answer this question yourself. He really was gonna call someone? I'm sorry, but even if this doesn't work, I don't have a good feeling about this guy. Alright, just so we're clear, dude. I didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan Corrida, okay? Well, Mr. Nick? Nothing. Not a chain or lock in sight. I didn't kill anyone, including Mr. Well, that tells me he didn't kill Juan himself. But what about accomplices and stuff like that? Maybe he didn't kill somebody himself, but maybe he hired somebody to kill, like the killer. He's a hired murderer. Like, I don't know. I don't fully believe this. No lock or chain, so he's definitely telling the truth, you know? And maybe he's telling the truth about that question, but I feel like Mr. Wright didn't word his question appropriately, which means it's alright to trust him. Yeah, it does appear that way. Well, at least I can breathe a sigh of relief knowing my client is innocent. The trial's tomorrow, right? I'm counting on you, dude. Okay. Not gonna lie, I'm a little bit nervous about this one. I can, in my right mind, believe him, but like I said, this game makes you want to believe every single client. And usually every single client is not guilty, so you would think that uh, that pattern would keep going, but I don't know. You know, I just have a feeling. I don't know why. Well, at least we were able to get Mr. Guard on as our client. And we know that he didn't do it, which is very important. So, so now what should we do? Well, the trial is tomorrow, and we only get this one chance. There's only one way to prove Mr. Guard's innocence. We have to find the real killer. Okay, then let's start looking. Let's start looking indeed. Back to the hotel. Hey, what do you think you're doing? You can't come in here without. Good morning. Hold on, it's you! What is going on around here? Uh, uh, um, I heard poor Hawan was killed. Is that true? Of course the person who she likes gets killed again. Not gonna lie, I kind of feel bad for Old Bag. It's a bad rerun of what this is. Another Steel Samurai doing the most evil of deeds. You know, that's not entirely... I'll have you know that I was a huge fan of Hawan's. Why do all the stars I'm interested in drop one by one like flies? It's always... Actually, I wanted to ask you about the murder and what happened. Humph. Don't push me, boy. Mr. Nick, I couldn't hear everything she said because she was talking too fast. You're not the only one, Pearl. I can't read that fast. Never mind talk that fast. Miss Oldbag, could you please speak a little slower? Don't boss me around, you spiky-haired smarty pants. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. My dear Hammer died a year ago in the dreadful murder, and only recently did I finally find a star that makes my heart go badump again. I don't know what to say. I ask you, why does every star I cheer for always ends up in... sorry. I ask you, why does every star I cheer for always ends up kicking the bucket? You know what? I have a counter question. Why does every star you cheer for tend to be so much younger than you probably are? I'd watch your words. No one's going to get away with saying anything bad about my Hawan. But I haven't said anything. Well, I don't believe a word that woman says anyway. Huh? What woman? That irritating backwater girl with the afro and that horrible country accent. Oh, Lotta. I mean, what is that manner of speaking supposed to be? And why does she never stop? Honestly, woman needs days. They don't... Oh my god. I'm pretty sure she just described herself, whatever she said. Pearls, are you thirsty? A little. Okay, I'll go get you some juice or something. Thank you very much. Hey, are you paying attention, youngins, today? So, I'm guessing Miss Oldbag heard everything from Lotta. I want to ask you about what happened around the time of the murder. Are we not gonna get juice for Pearl? I don't know anything about that. I was here getting ready. Getting ready for what? The show, of course. Well, and the press conference afterwards. Cue mysterious music for the magical press conference. Anyway, I don't know anything about the murder. Ah, I see. But. There's always a but. But if you're talking about what I saw, that's different. I saw it very clearly. What? I saw the most important moment of that night. What did you see? And you better be telling the truth this time, because I remember the whole rigmarole running around in circles you made me do last time. the the most important moment, you don't mean? Oh, so now you treat me with the respect, you disrespectful child. When you speak to your elders, you should always be polite. Really, kids these days. You know Phoenix is in his 20s, which means he's not a kid, so... If anything, maybe you're being a little bit disrespectful to him by calling him a kid when he's a full-blown adult doing such a serious job like an ace attorney. Please tell me, what did you see? Four locks. The murder last night was gruesome, wasn't it? But then what murder, what isn't? Please don't stray onto another tangent, please. If you want to hear more, then show your respect and bring this lady a present. Alright then. Seriously, lady. What's with all the locks? And if you didn't see the murder, then just don't say you saw the murder. Alright, let's keep moving. Looks like the investigation is still in full swing. The hotel staff and the police are running around like a bunch of headless chickens. I wonder if we can do any investigating on our own in this kind of atmosphere. Well, got to roll up the sleeves and try, I guess. Gatewater Hotel. Hallway. Hey, you're here. I've been waiting for you, Mr. Lawyer. Lotta. Hey, Mr. Cop fella. The thief's showed his face. What? Arrest him. Put him on trial. Find him guilty. Give him the death penalty. What's wrong, Lotta? Are you feeling alright? Looked here and there and up and down the mountain, but it ain't here. So, why don't you just hurry up and give it back to me, you creep? What are you looking for? My camera! C-A-M-E-R-A! It's my lifeblood. I'm gonna die without my $700 camera. Your camera? Look, don't lots of people say the criminal always goes back to the scene of the crime? And looky here, ya are. Yep, here I am, faced with a lot of trouble. Ha ha ha. Huh? So you lost your camera? It ain't no ordinary camera. You buy it in a store and it's $1,600 brand new. Huh? But didn't you just say you bought it for $700? I had a nice long walk with the guy at the store in about 5 hours, I reckon. I made this itty-bitty scratch on it, and the manager got all huffed up in the face. He gave me a talking to and was really mean about it, too. He then made me cry at that. When did you lose your camera? Last night, after the murder happened. Must have been when I was busy running around looking into things. That's when I lost sight of my dear, darling, expensive sweetie. Please don't start with the sweetie again. I had way too much of that in the circus case. Lotta, what did you capture with your expensive camera of yours? I don't rightly know. I snapped a shot of anything that caught my eye. So I don't remember, and besides, I couldn't get anything for my big scoop. I wonder if Lotta's missing camera is even connected to the murder. You know what? You never know. Lotta, please tell me what you know. What you know about what happened at the time of the murder. Well, from before the ceremony last night, I was hanging around here in this area. Yeah, actually I was here until around the time Mr. Ungard got arrested. What were you doing here? You sure you went to school, city boy? Whenever Lotta Hart goes, there's a story to be found. A big scoop to be had. A big scoop. I told you before, I'm not gonna be the best tabloid photographer the world's ever seen. Reckon, of course, that means I'm always looking for the perfect shot. I wonder what Scoop Shoe was after this time. Although I was also on the lookout for another star. Another stars that were here. So maybe I wasn't here the entire time. Lotta, are you sure you weren't here the entire time? So you could take a picture of your big scoop? Well, maybe I was, but that's what real journalists do. I got some juicy info, so I thought to myself, why not get a picture for proof? That kind of story, what kind of story was it there you, wait, what kind of story was it that you would hang around here? Oh, another psyche lock. What the heck? Oops, sorry, Mr. Laird. Can't can't be telling you that. Trade secret, you know. Not again. Why does everything have something to hide? Why does everyone have something to hide? We've been stopped, haven't we? Haha, yeah, take that, Mr. Lawyer. I'm glad someone around here is happy. Miss Lotta and your I rule smile. She does have an I rule smile, doesn't she? Okay, can you tell me more about him? I don't care for him heroes or whatnot. Oh, I see. The shows they got for kids, those adventures are just plain old boring. Now, adults, we get more caught up in the messy, sticky, real situations. Even me. Oh, sounds like the tyke's getting what I'm going with this. Wait a second here. Don't go around getting her mixed up and things like that. Okay. That's just the same. Know anything about him? This old granny? She kept on glaring at me with those eyes of hers, as if it's my fault. Keep babbling how she won't forgive people who write trash about her who on. Yeah. We sort of got into a little fight, you know? A little fight. Knowing those two, I was probably more of a blabbering contest. Probably. It's what I would assume as well. You know anything about him? Told you how many times now I'm a journalist. I've got so much info running laps in my head, I forget things here and there. Please don't get so worked up over this. Ha, I don't care if you beg me. Be extra tough on kids. That's this gal's motto on learning youngsters. Okay. Know about Gumshoe? Okay, no. I don't even know why I'm asking about Gumshoe. It's fine. Okay, do we want to go to Ungard's room or Karita's room? I guess we'll just do it in order. Man, this place is a mess. Looks like a cosplayer's hotel room in here. um, where are we? We're in Matt Ungard's dressing room. This is our client's room. May I help you with something? You're Mr. Ungard's lawyer, correct? I gathered as much. I also looked for lawyers on my end, but to no avail. How did you know I'm his lawyer? You were just saying that he is your client. In a situation like this, the only person who would have such a word would be his lawyer. That is true. Wow. It's a simple deduction, really. The trial is tomorrow on Mr. and Guard Oh, sorry. I'm having some soda on the side, and it is making me a little bit burpy. Sorry about that. The trial is tomorrow, and Mr. Unguard's situation is looking rather grim. So you came here one stop in your mad dash to find clues to build his case, correct? Well, you're not totally right, but you're not totally off either. It's really not the time to be showing off, Mr. Nick. I am Adrian Andrews. I hate to waste time, so let's get down to business. Alright. She may be a small stature, but appearances can be deceiving. Hey, just because someone's small doesn't mean they're tough. Or not tough. Jeez. Just because someone's small doesn't mean that they're not tough. Sorry, wrong. Murder. There we go. I assume the first thing you need to know is what everyone is doing that night, correct? Yes, that is correct. Then I will tell you. Before the award ceremony, I had dinner with Mr. Guard. What's with the card in your hand? In this very room, I might add. Dinner? What did you eat? I told you, I hate to waste time with trifling details. If you took a look at the table yourself, you wouldn't need to ask me. I bet she's a lot of fun at parties. Then the award show was starting. I headed for Viola Hall. And after the show ended, you came back to his room? No, I had some small errands to run. I helped with the preparations in the lobby. Oh, preparations for the post-ceremony show, I guess. Then it was time for the post-ceremony show. I came back to call for Mr. On Guard. After that, I went to visit Mr. Kurita. And that's when you found his body, isn't it? Was he not dead at that time? You really held strong through everything. Yeah, she does seem to be mentally tough as nails. Like I said, just because she's small doesn't mean she's not tough. So about you and... Stop right there. You aren't seriously about to ask how Ungard and I are related, are you? Sorry? I have no idea how he could choose you as his lawyer. Why did she have to go and say something like that? Mr. Nick, calm down and hang in there. I'll give you a shoulder rub to relieve your stress later, alright? Well, that's kinda sweet, Pearls. Thank you. I already gave you my name earlier, but I'll add that I'm Mr. Ungard's manager. His manager? Speaking of managers, did the victim, Mr. Kurita, had one? No, he did not. He didn't? Global Studios has a very different policy from Worldwide Studios at that. Worldwide Studios does not assign individual managers to their stars. I see. This industry is very ruthless and unforgiving. Actually, you look quite ruthless and unforgiving yourself. To put... Wait. Yourself to your poor partner. Dragging a little girl like her to places like this, honestly. You're wrong. I'm doing this to help Mystic Maya. Pearls, calm down and hang in there. I'll buy you a juice later, okay? Alright? Ugh. Nothing there. Um, about this, I told you I hate trifling matters. It's a waste of my time to show me things that are no relevance to me. Wow, this is the first time I've been shut down this badly. You were the one taking care of the arrangements for this press conference, right? Yes, that's right. But Mr. Engard said he didn't know about it. Is that what he said? Huh? Actually, I didn't know all the details either. It was a request from the publicity department. All I did was help out and do what I was asked. Oh, I see. I wonder about that. I wonder how... I wouldn't take her to be the type of person to do something without knowing the details. You know anything about this? Nope. Know anything about a camera? Nope. Alright. Can you tell me about Juan? Did you know the victim, Mr. Corrida? Yes, I knew him. The world is such a small place after all. Did you know about his rivalry with the Nickel Samurai? Honestly, they were like children when it came to that. Time and time again, those two competed with each other over the most trivial things. It's either one of them wasn't so stubborn. If either one of them wasn't so stubborn, then maybe no one would have needed to die. I've got a hunch that this woman knows more than she's letting on. She must know why Juan Corrida was killed. Yeah, I agree. Know anything about Old Bag? Nope. I guess that's all oh, motive for murder. Do you have any ideas as to why Mr. Corrida was murdered? Why would you ask me about such a thing? I'm just doing my job, so do you have any ideas? She's not gonna tell me. 4 locks again! This is gonna take forever. Sorry, but there's nothing more I have to add to this conversation. Is it a psyche lock, Mr. Nick? Yes, there's getting to be more and more of these lately. Yeah. Examine. There's the bedroom over there. That's a bed? Wow, they're really big beds here. Yeah. Probably queen-size bed. Queen-size beds. There's some samurai-looking clothes on the sofa here. I think the jacket-looking thing is called Happy? Whatever it is, I'm sure something like that would make a great souvenir. Maya would be absolutely thrilled. Too bad we can't take it for Old Bag. But then again, that would be stealing. It's probably Mr. Engard's suitcase. For someone who was only going to be here for an award show, this is a lot of stuff. Looks like he was about 3 days worth of clothes in here. Stars really are different from us, aren't they? They're different, but they're normal people too. Looks like dishes left over from the dinner. A dinner for 2 at that. I'm sure they're Mr. Engard and Miss Andrews' plates. Looks like they had T-bone steaks. What's with Global Studios and T-bone steaks? T-bone steaks again? Come on now. Well, at least I see bones on both plates. So at least they did actually eat them this time. Oh. Okay. Well, I think I guess. Okay. Let's go to Miss Juan's room. Mr. Kurita's room. Oh my god, that's a lot of bears. Mr. Nick, where are we? We're in Juan Kurita's room, Pearls. Mr. Kurita? The victim. Which makes this the crime scene too. Oh, it's you. So, what happened? The kidnapper, has he contacted you again? Not yet. He probably won't until I win Mr. and Guard's acquittal. You doing okay, pal? Hanging in there? I just want Maya to be alright. We don't have a lot of time left, and I'm going to help you as much as I can, pal. Can you do that, even if we want to look around the crime scene? Just this once. Special circumstances, alright, pal? I'll even tell you everything I know, but we've got to keep quiet. It's my neck on the line here. Thank you. That's right. I got you guys a map of the hotel, pal. Here you go, little missy. Wow, you're giving it to me? Thank you. Haha, wouldn't want you to get lost in a hotel too big for its own good. Mr. Nick, I got a map. That's great, Pearls. But Mr. Nick, I can't read what it says. Poor girl can't read yet. Actually, can I look at the map first? Okay. Unguard, Kurita, Hotel Guide Map, partial. So this is only part of the hotel, which makes sense. There's the lobby circle area, and then the Viola Hall. So it's all the places we've been to so far. Alright. Thank you, Gumshoe. Do you know what was the cause of death? Well, technically, the final autopsy report isn't out yet, but one look at the victim should tell you, pal. It should? Yeah, here's the picture. Alright, let's look at the picture. There's a knife in his chest? That's a butter knife, though. And it's not even that far in. Yeah, pal, that's the murder weapon. I don't know about that. So, he was stabbed to death? They're looking at the fingerprints now. Fingerprints down at the lab right now. There were fingerprints on the knife? Yep. And it looks like they're pretty sure they're Mr. Unguard's prints, pal. That's bad. Real bad. Crime photo added to the court record. Alright, reason for arrest then. Why was Mr. Ungard arrested? Because he had evidence on him. Evidence? It looks like the victim, Juan Kurita, really put up a big fight. Yeah, it does kind of look like that. Yeah, well, look at the crime scene and you can tell. There's signs of a struggle everywhere. This is a really big room. Well, yeah, during the fight, his button came off. Mr. Ungard said something about a button. Something like one of the Jamming Ninja's buttons got caught in his hakama? But that's not all. What? There was a witness, pal. A witness? Who was it? That lady, Miss Oldbeck. Come on! Why does it always have to be her? She's gonna just blab on the stand constantly like she did before. Please, anyone but her. See, even Phoenix agrees with me. Anyone but her. Though I don't know if I would want Lotta on the stand again either. The prosecution has plenty of evidence to make a solid case. Not to mention, there's something around where the Vic was, that's a little off. The victim? Something that's a little off, as in, that's for you to figure out, pal. Alright, let's try and figure it out, Mr. Nick. Alright, let's get looking around. Oops. Wrong one. There we go. Wow, there are a lot of bears. Alarm clock ones, collector's editions, stuffed teddies, plastic models. It's pretty overwhelming. Is there a kind of bear he doesn't have? I doubt it. This is a lot of bears. There's even a few in the trash can. Yeah, I get the feeling maybe the guy didn't really like bears. Poor teddies. Yeah, it's hard to bear with all these problems, growl. Why, why are we thinking of Mo? His stupid jokes. And him laughing at his stupid jokes. I don't think I want to bear with the trauma the last case caused me. Oh my god. Too many stupid jokes. I'm dying. No. What's wrong, Mr. Nick? I'm just having PTSD from the last case, it seems. Alright. Let's see. What else is in this room? There are all sorts of things in this refrigerator. The carrot juice bottle and the tomato juice bottle are both empty. Empty? It's too much of a hassle to throw them away, I guess. They're all vegetable juices. I guess he must have been a real health nut. Oh, there's a beet. Some ketchup and a bottle of strawberry jam, too. Maybe red was his favorite color. Yeah, those are all kind of red things. That's a bit weird. Well, carrot juice is orange. So there's one non-red thing. But still, that is a bit weird. Yeah. It's so messy here. Pearls really likes things neat and tidy, I take it. There are a lot of electronic things in here, and I've never seen before. Hey, Mr. Nick, tell me what they are, pretty please? Okay, that over there is a watch. You wear it on your wrist. I know what a watch is. Oops. For a second there, I forgot I was talking with Pearls, not Maya. Don't gotta be mean about it. Why's Phoenix always so mean to Maya? It's a suitcase. There are so many things in it that I bet it barely closes. There's his clothes, a dryer, an electric shaver, a calculator. Do all stores pack too much stuff like Mr. Kurita? Well, Madame Guard's suitcase is very similar, so... maybe? Anyway, let's go to this side. It looks like Mr. Kurita had dinner last night. This bottle, it's tomato juice. We had a lot of food at the award show last night. But I wonder if the stars had gone on stage after only eating a meager meal like this. Possibly. So what do you mean meager? It's a whole T-bone steak. And he had tomato juice, but he didn't... I don't know, it doesn't look like he really, had any. Bottles of cosmetics are scattered all over the floor. This is probably where Mr. Kurita fought his assailant. What are these bits of glass from? A flower vase, maybe? There are flowers on the floor, but I don't know what they are. I don't know much about flowers. Do you, Mr. Nick? I'll take that as a no. Why did you not answer her question? This is a guitar case, I guess. A little beat up, but still usable. That's strange. The guitar is not here. Maybe he forgot to bring it to the show? But Mystic Maya, she said the bright red guitar was the Jamming Ninja's signature item. That's true. And also, why would you bring a guitar case with no guitar in it? Huh? This guitar case is wet, but it's only wet on the bottom of the lid. Don't know. But doesn't it seem weird? What seems weird? I mean, everything else is scattered all over the floor. She's right. The flower vase was broken and all the makeup is strewn everywhere. Why is this glass the only thing that's still alright? I wonder. So that's a bed, right? Yep, it's big, and it's bed. Ah, Mr. Nick, it's so soft. Big beds must be a rarity for her. She really shouldn't be going on the bed when this is a crime scene. What can you tell me about this guitar case? Oh, that. This is just what I heard, pal, but that's the Jammin' Ninja signature item. The guitar case? No, not that. What did you take me as? I mean the guitar inside, of course. But the guitar is missing. Yeah, we looked for it too. It's not normal for a person to forget to bring their most famous item to an award show. It's starting to sound like the red guitar is related to this case after all. Yeah. So, about this wine glass. So you noticed it, pal. The whole crime scene was a mess, and this glass was the only thing that was untouched. You noticed that too, Detective Gumshoe. No, actually, Miss Von Karma noticed it first. Yeah, Pearls noticed it before me, too. Hey, wait a minute. So does that mean Miss Von Karma here is at the hotel? Yeah, she's around, man. You're going to be in so much trouble, pal. Especially if she catches you in here. Well, you can bet the instant I see her, I'll be running the 1,000-meter dash. And speak of the devil? What's the beeping noise, Mr. Nick? I've only heard that sound somewhere before. It's Miss Von Karma. Huh? Quick, run into Mr. and Guard's room. For some reason, whenever I hear that sound, she pops out of nowhere and whips me. Come to think of it, that's exactly what happened the last time. So, sorry, I've got to make myself scarce. Later, pal. Yow! Took too long talking. At last you reveal your true nature, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Gulp. Would it be too much to ask if you would be nice to me for a change? So you're the type to steal information from pitiful, hopeless detectives. That's very dishonorable of you. Ow! Hey, don't you dare run away, scruffy McTrenchcoat. I didn't think the detectives of this country would be this pitiful. Yeah. Come over here a second. Oh my god. What is wrong with her? I feel much better knowing at least you were man enough to face your punishment. He was so scared he just froze up on the spot. Mr. Phoenix Wright, you have soiled my perfect prosecution record. I'll never forget that. To be fair, we soiled it twice. Seems like you forgot the second time. This time, victory is mine. Victory is yours. Is that all this means to you? What? Humph. Come, Scruffy, the investigation briefing is about to begin. Yes, sir. This isn't over yet. I swear on my family's honor. Ow, what did she throw at me now? What is this? Well, I guess this means I've got to get back to the precinct now, pal. If you ever need me, come down to Criminals Affairs Department, alright? And if you can, try not to let Miss Von Karma see you. Noted. I think I've already looked at everything, so... Oh! Oh, Mr. Wright, how are you? Mr. Powers, how have you been here? Have you been here the entire time? Yeah, people connected to the murder aren't allowed to go home, let alone leave. Can you tell me a little more about the Knuckle Samurai TV show? Okay. The Nickel Samurai is an action hero program aimed towards kids. It's the prequel to the Steel Samurai. I see. This time, there are 3 samurai brothers. Aluminum Samurai, Tin Samurai, and of course Nickel Samurai. It's a love Y in Neo Old Tokyo. I see. Wait, a love what? A love Y. This girl, Sayo, works at a tea shop, and all 3 guys fall for her at the same time. Oh, okay, I kinda see how it's a Y. Oh, I guess the Y shape is like the 3 brothers colliding over this one girl. Anyway, Sayo is actually the daughter of the evil Strawberry Clan's leader. Sounds like an unusual situation, like Romeo and Juliet, times 3. Yeah. Strange thing is, this sort of forbidden love story is really big with the office ladies. Yes, Pearl? What happens next? I want to know. Miss Sayo. Does Miss Sayo fall in love? Doesn't she? Every Sunday at 8 a.m. I'm going to stop watching Kids Masterpiece Theater starting this week. I can't believe she's really considering it. So, what's the Jamming Ninja TV show like? It started from a remake of the old movie. To tell you the truth, the Jamming Ninja, like the samurai shows, is geared towards kids. See, this feels like more of a kid's show than the other one, honestly. It's the story of a ninja who can't scale a wall, but became a big pop star anyway. What? He was a really lousy ninja, absolutely couldn't do any ninja things right at all. But boy, could he sing. With his trusty red guitar at hand, he took the ancient world by storm. A ninja with a bright red guitar? And then the final fight in front of his beloved princess, Misala. Jamming versus the Muromachi 5. Suddenly, our brave hero catches a not-so-jamming cold the night before Battle 3. That's too bad for him. Yeah. But it's kind of pop music-based love story is something high school girls really like. I see. Yes, Pearl? She's interested in this one too, isn't she? What happens next? I want to know. The jamming ninja. Will he be able to sing? What about Princess Misala? Every Sunday at 8 a.m. Which show should I watch? I can't believe she's really considering it. I wonder which show I would have watched. Yeah, I think I would have struggled to choose as well. They both kind of sound good. maybe not the most kid-friendly, I would say. But, yeah. The guitar case. That was Hwan's. I'm guessing you've seen this case before. It's pretty famous by now. It stands out because it holds the bright red guitar. The bright red guitar, the Jamming Ninja's signature item. But if the guitar is so important, how does he forget it for the award ceremony? It does seem a little strange. Seems very strange. So sorry. Oh yeah. I don't know why I showed that to you. Anyway, I guess I'll keep moving. Criminal Affairs Department. There we go. It doesn't look like Mr. Scruffy Detective is here. Great, now even Pearls is calling him Scruffy. Thanks, Francesca. They said something about an investigation briefing earlier, right? Why don't we come back and try again later when they're done? Okay, I guess that's all we can do, right, Mr. Nick? I guess so. Did I not question people enough? Maybe I need to show her more stuff? How about I tell you my measurements? No, that's okay, really. She really doesn't like you, does she, Mr. Nick? I guess, I know. No, nothing about that. I'm just showing her a lot of stuff. Actually thinking about it. Do you know anything about the camera? Nothing. Okay. Maybe I missed something with hammer, or not hammer, powers. Didn't think that would really do anything. Do you know anything about the camera? Nope. Do you want to talk about this more? I can't believe it, a kidnapping? Do you remember what the person looked like who gave you this to you? It was that bellboy, and I didn't suspect a thing because he looked like such a normal old man. Old man, huh? If it's the bellboy I think you're talking about, he did not look like a normal old man. They called this so suddenly that something about it just seems off, you know. You mean the press conference? Yeah, he said there's something I'd like to confess if I went. I heard he faxed his request for a conference into the office only yesterday. Yesterday? Yeah, that is kind of sudden. But I guess his manager set everything up somehow, so he was lucky. Nice manager. I guess so. Let me think. What else can we do here? Actually, he seems to know the manager, so maybe I can ask him about her. There we go. Hey, that's Miss Andrews. She's Matt's manager. Actually, I was interested in her for a little bit, just a little. So Mr. Powers likes this type of woman. What do you know about Miss Andrews? Well, see, here's the thing. I don't really know her, you know? There's sort of a small rumor going around about her right now. A rumor? If you're interested, I'd be glad to share what I know. He's so happy he looks like a lion that's just found his next meal. Did I have anything else to show him? I don't think so. No. Okay. Would you mind telling me about this gossip? Ah, so you are interested in it. I figured you would be. Yeah. I have such a weakness for celebrity gossip too. Oh really? You too? You too, huh? Yeah, so take a look at this. Looks like a tabloid missold by Goodread. Alright, let's see here. Jamming Midnight Rendezvous. To the mysterious yet beautiful manager, to the star Miss AA. You see now, don't you? What? You can stop pretending to be in the dark, Mr. Wright. Hawan Korida didn't have a manager of his own. Which means if you were talking about a certain manager with the initials AA, Adrian Andrews. Yes, exactly. This is big news. But it seems kind of odd, that woman, Miss Andrews, together with the biggest rival of her client. It's that wonderful thing that can only happen between two people. Mr. Powers looks so happy. Pearls is just following along, not having any idea as to why she's smiling. Well, like the saying goes, one man's garbage is another man's treasure. I guess. Alright. Actually, is this Lotta's big scoop she was talking about? Do you know anything? I've told you how many times now. I'm a journalist. Okay. I guess not. Though, maybe this is supposed to lead me back to her anyway to do the Magatama thing. Let's try this out. Big scoop. There's only 2 locks, it can't be that hard. Lotta, will you please answer my questions? On the night of the murder, why were you loitering around the victim's room? I told you, didn't I? For my scoop. What I want to know about are the details of the scoop. That's not something I can tell you. I mean, that there's my bread and butter. Alright then, an unpleasant tabloid photographer looking for a scoop. I'm going to say that you were looking into a scandal. Grr. Could it be that you, Lotta Hart, were looking for a break with a huge story? Perhaps an unfolding scandal between Hawan Kurita and his person. Adrian Andrews. This woman. She's Adrian Andrews, Matt on Guard's manager. The Nickel Samurai's manager caught secretly meeting with his rival, the Jammy Ninja. It would be the hottest story of the season, wouldn't it? You're pretty good at this guessing thing, Mr. Lawyer. But you can't just make up any old thing and think it'll make the papers. You gotta have backup. Backup. Yeah, you gotta have that. What's it? New sauce? You mean new source? That's it. So, show me something that shows this Hawan guy had something to do with Miss Andrews. News sauce. Okay, there you go. Tabloid. This is the article from the certain weekly tabloid. Jamming Midnight Rendezvous. To the mysterious yet beautiful manager to the stars, Miss AA. Ah, Miss Kurita didn't have a manager of his own. What's more, his rival, Mr. Unguard's manager, Adrian Andrews, she has the initials AA. You saw this article and then thought to take some pictures of them as proof. That's why you were lurking around Mr. Kurita's door last night. What? Well, that was easy enough. What's your big scoop? You were looking into Mr. Kurita and Miss Andrews' affair, weren't you? You got it. I was gonna get myself a scoop by catching him in a secret meeting. But there's already an article about it in one of the weekly tabloid magazines. There's no longer breaking news. What'd you just say? Her initials are AA. What kind of vague thing is that? There ain't no proof of nothing. People are gonna want to see real proof. Well, at least I do. So that's what I was doing, getting photos. Oh. I'm gonna whip up the reader's interest with some gossip and a little misleading. Then spice it up with a little and have myself an exclusive story. Wow, Lotta, nice journalistic integrity you got there. I already finished writing it up, my spicy article, you know. But the paper I wrote it on, my note to myself is gone. Your note to yourself? It was inside the case of my $1,600 camera. They done run off together. I came here for my big story. Didn't come here to have my treasure disappear on me. Yeah, I understand. It's enough to make a gal go bonkers, I tell ya. What's with people nowadays? I never thought I'd see the day when someone done steal something from me. You really want that note back, huh? I've got no idea why, though. The story on that note is probably a bold-faced lie. Well. I guess that's it there. Go to the hotel lobby. Do we think that we're ready for the Magatama with Old Bag? I already talked. Yeah, I already did all the talking points. Alright. Let's try and take down her Magatama thing now, too. Okay. Alright, I'll be honest with you for now. Then please, tell us what you saw. But, what a waste. And here I have perfectly good chance to have a little fun at your youngin's expense. I am a little devil, after all. Doesn't that imply you aren't a good person? Alright, I'll give you what you want. Okay. I have something she wants, right? Maybe not, actually. Wait a minute. Need to find something that she wants. Let's go back to not on guard's room. Let's go back to Kurita's room. Oh. Must have missed that. Mr. Nick, what's this piece of paper? Actually, that wasn't there before. It's called an autograph. Autograph? The paper's got Mr. Kurita's name written on it, so it's his autograph. I can't read it at all. To be honest, I've never seen writing that looks like this. It's a special word of writing called cursive. Look here, see how it says to my dearest Wendy in more normal letters here? Oh, well there we go. This sloppy, unreadable writing, it's crazy and cruel to give this to someone. Hold on. Wendy, I've heard that name somewhere before. Wendy Oldbag. Get with the program, Phoenix. Alright, back to Oldbag. It's obviously what she wants. I don't know what the other 3 locks are gonna be, but... yeah, we'll figure it out. It's obviously what she wants for now, though. And that was the first question, so... there we go. Okay. Here we go. That's Juan's autograph. Yes, it is. And it even says to my dearest Wendy on it. That's me, right? Right? Maybe it's another Wendy. Really, who cares? It's yours now. My name is Wendy Oldbag, so that Wendy has to be me, right? Well, it may say Wendy. But somehow, I don't think Juan had this Wendy in mind when he signed it. Probably not. Oh, please give it to me. Let me have it, please. I can't let you have it just like that. Yes, I know. Then how about an exchange? Oh my god. I didn't just kill 2 birds with 1 stone, I killed 3 birds with 1 stone. Wow, she must really want that autograph. My offer isn't good enough for you. Fine, Mr. Wright, you win. Wendy Oldbag, ready to open up her heart. All from my dearest to one. 4 birds with 1 stone. Well, that was the fastest Magatama unlock thing ever. Autograph given to Wendy Dearest. Okay, ready to tell me what you witnessed? I feel bad for you now. Huh? I tell you, I saw him that night. I saw him coming out of Juan's room. You're kidding. Oh no. If it's about 10 minutes before Juan's body was discovered. Great. It was just a coincidence. It was on my way to the toilet minding my own business. And? Did you tell that to the police? Well, of course. I thought I could get a gift certificate or 2 out of it. Maybe more. Gift certificate? I've been recruited again for that part at the trial, you know. The trial tomorrow. This time, you're gonna get it. I'm gonna work hard to get your guilty pronounced guilty. Oh, your client pronounced guilty. Your guilty pronounced guilty. What am I saying? But Mr. Engard hasn't done anything bad. I don't care about details like that. I know he did my dear poor Juan, and I just do. That yellow-bellied chicken. A yellow-bellied chicken? I wonder what that would look like. I trust my senses. I know when someone did something bad, and I say he did it. What did Mr. Engard ever do to her to deserve this? What does anyone do to Oldbag to deserve anything, really? What did Mr. Engard do to you to make you so... You don't know? That guy, he framed my Juan. He created that scandal that plagued poor Juan. Mr. Nick? What is it? What's a scandal? Oh, I'll tell you about that after we get home, okay? Poor Juan, led astray by the wiles of that vile Temperess. Mr. Nick, what do vials and wild Temperess mean? Ack! Um, how about we just listen to what Miss Oldbeg has to say for now, okay, Pearls? So, Miss Oldbeg, who is this woman you're talking about? Adrian Andrews, of course. Who else? That guy, he shoved that girl into Juan on purpose. His own manager? But why? I thought lawyers were smart. It was to create a scandal to make Juan lose face. That girl drove Juan into a scandal that dragged his reputation through the mud. Sounds like a pretty standard definition of a scandal to me. Why do you know about that anyway, Miss Oldbeg? I'm one of Juan's biggest friends. I'm always out there gathering information. There's nothing I don't know. And do you have proof that Mr. Engard did what you said he did? Next week's issue of a certain magazine says so. Of course, a tabloid. Next week? Doesn't that mean it's something people don't know about yet? Why would Miss Oldbag have information like that? And where did she get it? Hee hee hee. Can I present this to you now? Okay, nothing. I guess we're just in... Yeah. I guess we're not supposed to know anything about it yet. Alright. Detective Gumshoe said they had an investigation briefing. Yeah. Oh, he's back! Hey, so you came, pal. Why the blunt greeting? Because there's nothing to be friendly or happy about. What do you mean by that? Well, things look pretty... Things look perfect this time around. The evidence and testimony are airtight. But, we can't just roll over and die. We have to stay positive. So what do you mean the evidence is airtight? I can't give you all the details, pal, but there's two big pieces. Two? And both of them are in this photo. The first is the button that's missing from the victim's chest. Oh, that's a big button. Oh, that's the button that you found during your body search of Mr. Engard. Yep. I found it in the folds of the Nickel Samurai's special pants. And the second one is the knife in his chest, pal. The fingerprints on the knife on his chest, to be exact. Fingerprints? Whose are they? You don't even have to ask, little Missy, it's obvious. They're Madame Guard's. Tomorrow's trial. Talk about being stuck between a rock and a hard place. So, what about this airtight testimony? It's that old security lady, Miss Oldbag. I thought so. What do you mean you thought so? Did she tell you something, pal? Well... And I even told her not to open that mouth of hers and blab to anyone. Her blab knob is stuck on 10. And there's no turning it down, trust me. Yeah, well, Miss Oldbeg saw it all, pal. She saw Mr. Engard come out of the victim's room around the estimated time of death. No way. He was reading like he was gonna start a list or something. Thought he was gonna start a list, but I guess not. Alright. What now? I guess newspaper clipping, maybe? We're pretty interested in this bit of gossip ourselves. The scandal with Mr. Kurita, but why? Well, 2 years ago, a woman committed suicide. Suicide? Her name was Celeste Inpax, and she was Juan Kurita's manager. The victim's manager? But that's not all, pal. I thought he didn't have a manager. Miss Impax was Miss Adrian's Andrew's mentor. How connected are Kurita and On Guard? He taught Miss Andrews everything she knew about the business from square one. Her mentor? A woman who was both Mr. Kurita's manager and Miss Andrews' mentor. Could her suicide have something to do with this case? Do you want to know more about her, pal? Of course. Tell me everything. She was the victim's manager and was also Miss Adrian's Andrews' mentor. It's been 2 years since her suicide, and now those two are linked again by another death. Or maybe it's just a coincidence, but... great, she's getting faster! I'm getting sick of dealing with one foolish idiot after another. Miss Von Karma! You can't seem to stop allying yourself with the enemy, can you? I don't need a traitor in my midst. You don't. You don't mean... I do. Scruffy? You have 30 minutes to get out of here. You are no longer needed. Goodbye. That's... wait, please, wait, sir. If I don't get this month's... Quiet. If it weren't for traitors like you, I would have won. Is that what you're gonna say? Who? That voice. Edgeworth! Yay! Edgeworth is back. It's been a long time, right? This person, this is Mr. Edgeworth? What am I going to do with you? Still blaming others when things go wrong? You haven't changed a bit, Francesca. You! How dare you show your face to me without a shred of shame on it? You've soiled the Von Karman name, dragged it into the mud. You've even ran away with your tails between your legs like an ill-bred dog you are. Are you talking about the Von Karma family creed to be perfect in every way? Then let's hear it, Francesca. How are things going? I hear you are having a rough time maintaining perfection in this country. You seem to be getting crushed under the weight of it all. That's why I came back. Keep your assumptions to yourself. I haven't given in yet. I won't lose. This case is mine. I'll never hand it over to you. Never. Mr. Phoenix Wright. I will see you tomorrow in court. It will be a clinical session of the meaning of total victory. Still the wild mare she always was. Have a little hydration break. There we go. Tomorrow's trial. I thought you and Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth had gone and died. Mr. Nick. I never wanted to see you again. I think that's enough of a warm welcome for someone you haven't seen in a year. Are you going to run tomorrow's trial? You heard her, right? That wild mare hasn't given in yet, it seems. So no, I don't think I'll be making an appearance. Your hatred for me is quite unhealthy, not to mention one-sided. But I will say one thing. You can't win on your own at the trial tomorrow. What is that supposed to mean? I have something definitive that you lack. And working together is the definition of teamwork. It's the power to find the truth. The truth. In order to understand this case, you have to understand the certain truth. Well, if you ever feel the need for my assistance, it is available to you. I'm not in charge of this case, so I can be a bit more generous with information. Just what is going on inside his head? A lot of things may have happened. However, Manfred von Karma is still my mentor. And a perfect win record is proof of von Karma. 1 year ago, you could not establish guilt in a few cases. Are those losses the reason you suddenly disappeared from the prosecutor's office? Did you leave because you lost your perfect win record? To think your motivation for prosecuting trials was so selfish. It'd be better for everyone if you never came back from the dead, Edgeworth. Oh my god. What happened between them? I see, then let me ask you something. Why do you stand in the courtroom? What is your reason? Well, with Francesca, she's almost always says, I will defeat you this time, the instant she sees me. But the courtroom is not a personal battlefield for prosecutors and lawyers. I stand in the courtroom to defend my client, to save their lives. To save your client, you say? Those who think only of their own ego-driven goals. Those kinds of prosecutors are reprehensible to me, even if you're a prodigy, or someone like you, Edgeworth. It looks like there is still a lot you have to... Wait. It looks like there is still a lot you have yet to learn. A lot I have yet to learn. Me? Well, that's enough for now. The time when you will see is coming soon enough. Soon enough. Okay, let me show you this. I have no interest in talking about useless evidence. Put a little bit more thought into what you showed me, Phoenix Wright. Still as stuck up as ever. Jeez, he really hates Edgeworth now. Man. Did I miss something? No. This is a bit weird. A superstar of ultra-hot, mega-secret love scandal. Reliable sources say that Juan Corrida has been getting in close with the mysterious yet beautiful manager to stars, Miss AA. Okay, that's all that says. Okay. Honestly, this all looks pretty similar to how it always looks. I'm a little bit lost now. Actually, I guess I Didn't really look at people. Do you have anything about him? There's an interesting rumor about this man. You mean the one about Miss Andrews getting close to him again? But that's pretty common tabloid fare, isn't it? I don't take things at face value when there's more to be found. I see. While I was abroad, these deplorable types of actors became popular, I take it. Well, refreshing like a spring breeze is his motto. Refreshing? And what is so refreshing about a spring breeze? Sounds like the pollen is not treating him well this year. We are looking into leads, but we can only look into few key players with our limited resources. There's no reason for us to waste our energy investigating this person. Why don't you just tell it to me straight and say I don't have any info? Yeah. Adrian Andrews. She holds a large secret within herself. A secret? You can't help but feel that this whole case revolves around her. Yeah. She does still have that secret. I haven't unlocked it. You know what? Tell me about Francesca. We are okay. Nothing. Tell me about Celeste. This woman is another key to solving this case. Do you really think so? She was Adrian Andrews' mentor a long time ago, but she was suddenly called away by a different show and became Juan Corrida's manager. But then a few months later, Celeste Impax died. But her death was ruled as suicide, right? Yes. But there is still one riddle we've yet to solve. Yet to be solved. A riddle? Her suicide note. It went missing. No one could find it. A suicide note. That just vanished, huh? Did that unlock anything? Yep. Miss Impact's death was most certainly a suicide. Of that there is no mistake. However, we could not find her suicide note. That's when the police began to suspect that someone had hidden it. The suicide note. But how do you know Miss Impax had even written such a note? There was no solid evidence, however. We did find traces of ink on her right index finger, which makes the likelihood of a suicide note very likely. But who would hide such a thing? The police think it was Mr. Juan Corrida himself, the victim. Interesting. He was the one who found her body, which makes him the only person who had a chance to hide her suicide note. Mr. Corrida hid his own manager's suicide note, but why? As long as her note is missing, any speculation beyond this is meaningless. For now, I think you should look this over. This is the suicide report, part 1 anyway. Part 1? Suicide report added to the court record. Alright. I'll look that over. Okay, can't really look it over. It just says, deceased Celeste Impax found by Juan Corrida was her suicide note hidden. Alright then. I guess it's time to go back. And maybe we can unlock her secret now? Or at least I hope so. Oh, seems like it might be good. Looks like Miss Andrews isn't here. Great. That's not good. I still have a few questions I want to ask her. Entry She has that psyche lock on her heart, right? Well, we don't have much of a choice. I guess we'll have to come back later. But she doesn't even have one lock on her heart. She has 4. It's a lot. Anyway, since she's not here, I can do a little bit more snooping to see if anything is around. I don't think there's anything. No, doesn't look like it. Okay. Let's go back to the hallway. And then, I don't know, check the other room because why not? Doesn't look like there's anything. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, that's nothing. Interesting. I wonder if I was just supposed to look over the suicide report and maybe give it back to Edgeworth? I don't know. Obviously, it's not the time to question Andrews yet, so it's the only thing I can think of. I don't like to go look through reports. I have suicide reports even less. Worst of all are the reports that have multiple parts like that one. That has 2. 2 parts? What you just handed me is the first part of the report. Here's the second part. Why can't you just give me both parts at the same time? The second part of the report is about an attempted suicide. The attempter's name is Adrian Andrews. What? Okay, I needed that information. Miss Andrews, what did she do? She tried to kill herself. She doesn't seem like the kind of person to try and kill herself, though. Why are we having such, like, gruesome conversations in front of such a young kid? Like, why can't we just send her home or something? Just for her own sake, you know? You think she's a strong career woman. That's just what she wants you to think. Adrian Andrews, she has a certain secret she's always trying to hide. A secret. Her dependent nature. That's what she's really like on the inside. Miss Andrews, dependent? Talk about the exact opposite of what that woman is. Well, on what that woman is on the cover. But maybe there's more to it. Are you gonna give me the next? Or... dependent nature. What's this about Miss Andrews having a dependent nature? Adrian Andrews' attempt at suicide was a few days after the death of Celeste Impax. And why did Adrian Andrews think about committing suicide? She was dependent on her? Because she had apparently lost her will to live. Lost her will? But why would she... Her pillar of strength, her mentor, Celeste Impax, was gone forever. That's why. Why would that... Is this what they call following someone to the grave? Attempt her... Wait, Pearl? How do you know about that? After her attempted suicide, Adrian Andrews started attending counseling sessions. She is someone who needs a person in whom she can trust absolutely. And once she finds that person, she'll do anything she can to keep them near. Without such an anchor in her life, her crippling anxiety stifles her ability to live. And that's the nature of her dependency on others. When Celestine Pack suddenly committed suicide, the world before her turned pitch dark. That's according to Adrian Anders herself. Then, that means her super confident attitude. It's all a facade. She's only copying her mentor's behavior to hold herself together. How terrible. Temping suicide report added to court record. Thank you, Edgeworth. Okay, let's see if Adrian is back now. Okay, she's back. Oh, Miss Andrews is here. But it looks like she's talking with someone. That's Francesca von Karma. Miss von Karma? What are you doing here? Well, you see, I'm his lawyer, so you've got some nerve following me around. Following you? That's you, Miss von Karma. You're the one doing the following. Pearls. You're always following after that Mr. Detective with the little beard. Me? Following after Scruffy? Don't make me laugh. Let me show you something interesting, little girl. What is that? An electromagnetic receiver. I planted a tracking device on that detective. And with this, I know that fool's every move. So that noise we heard was this receiver. You can't... Oh my god, you can't track your coworkers. It's wrong, and I'm almost assured, like, it's assuredly illegal, right? Like, really? I feel really sorry for the poor Detective Gumshoe now. Now then, let's stop wasting time. Adrian Andrews. Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood? Alright. What were those two talking about? Miss Andrews, she seems a little dazed, doesn't she? Yeah. Von Karma always getting to her. Always getting to people before I do. Even though I got to Adrian before she did, I still need to uncover stuff with her, so. Yeah. Motive for murder. Why was Juan Corrida murdered? If you ask me, I think you know the reason he was killed. Excuse me. Why are you hiding things? Don't realize you're putting Mr. Engard's life in danger by your actions? Why do you ask me questions for which I have no answers? The truth is, I was not that close to Mr. Corrida. You were not that close? That's right, I've never been good at being intimate with another person. You are not good at being intimate with another person. Somehow I highly doubt that. Probably the newspaper clipping? You and Mr. Corrida had an intimate relationship, did you not? A silly third-rate tabloid article? If you even have half your wits about you, you wouldn't believe such rubbish. Well, it seems quite a few people have already bought into the story. As to be expected in a world filled with crooks and liars. Note to self, stay on her good side. In any case, I despise interpersonal relationships like that. I see, however, what if there was a need for you to get close to someone? Me? Need to get close to Mr. Kurita? As if there was ever such a need. Oh, I think there was. Didn't you get close to Mr. Creative for this person's sake? So, persons, and this one. Celeste impacts your mentor. How did you know about Celeste? Miss Impacts, she committed suicide, didn't she? But it looks like no one knows why. Right before her death, she was Juan Kurita's manager. So I believe you got close to Mr. Kurita so you could find out more about her suicide. You have a great imagination. You may have a future yet as a slimy muckracker for a putrid third-rate tabloid. Miss Andrews? There's no mystery surrounding her death. None. It would be pointless for me to force myself into a relationship for nothing. Sure, but you didn't. Is that really true? Was there really no mystery at all? I don't believe you were completely at ease with the way her suicide was resolved. Back. This one. Get a hold of yourself. Huh? If you want advice on doing yourself in, I suggest asking someone like the police. Dang it! Which translates to, go take a long walk off a short pier. There's no mystery surrounding her death. None. It would be pointless for me to force Oh, it was the other one. We weren't at her suicide yet. We were still at Celeste's. And the missing suicide note. Miss Impact's suicide note was never found, was it? It looks like the police were under the suspicion that someone had hidden it. Like maybe the person who discovered her body, Mr. Kurita. Juan. And Miss Andrews, I believe you thought the same thing. That is why you became intimate with Mr. Kurita. I've sat by quietly and listening to your insulting ramblings long enough. It's true that Celeste was my mentor. However, allow me to say this again. It had nothing to do with me. I don't even know that her suicide note was ever found. I didn't even know her suicide note was never found. I'm a person who doesn't care about what goes on in the lives of others. That's the impression you like to give. However, I don't think that's who you are really. What? I have evidence that says otherwise. This is proof that Celeste Impacts was someone very special to you. Is it this one now? Yes. Miss Andrews, you nearly went through it too, didn't you? Went through with what? Ending your life. Miss Andrews, you look and act like a very strong woman who has it all together. You don't ask for anyone's help relying only on yourself. Yes, I've been very independent ever since I can remember. However, that is all just a lie, a facade. You've always searched out people on whom you can depend on. You were dependent on Miss Impacts, weren't you? Which is why, when she passed away, you lost everything you had. Stop! When Celeste passed away so suddenly like that, I died a death of my own, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop thinking about what had become of her note. You must have heard about the police report. The one that said the police suspected Mr. Creed of hiding Miss Impex's note. You heard about it and thought to recover it from him by getting close, am I right? If that's the case, then everything changes. What do you mean? What topic did we start this conversation on again? It was, why was the victim killed? Exactly. Somehow, Miss Andrews, it seems that you have become the one with a reason to want Mr. Karita dead. Me? Miss Impax was everything to you. And then she died. And you would do anything to find out why she killed herself. Even commit murder. Murder. Full health again. Nice. Alright. Motive for murder. It's true, I am a woman who can only live in insecurity. I'm physically small and I don't really have a lot of confidence. I've I've pushed against all that though. I've tried to live strongly. I've never wanted anyone to find out the truth. Miss Andrews, this one thing, it's the one thing I wanted to take with me to the grave. It was my secret, mine and mine alone. I'm sorry. You probably think I'm a worthless human being right now, don't you? Please, Miss Andrews, all I want to know is the truth. After Celeste passed away, I heard that someone had hidden her suicide note, and that someone was Juan Carita. Celeste, without her I became scared. Everything. Everyone seemed like they were out to get me. So you got close to Mr. Carita to recover her suicide note, right? Correct? Looks like that tabloid reported the truth after all. Ironic, isn't it? Well, like they say, where there's smoke, there's fire. And if they purposely add fuel to the fire, they keep the celebrity world burning. But as for the suicide note, I didn't and I wouldn't kill anyone for it. It just doesn't suit me, that's all. Well, that's enough for now. I still have work to do, so I understand. Oh, I have one small favor to ask you. My attempted suicide. I'd like for you to keep it a secret. Miss Andrews, if people found out about my weakness, I I would sooner choose to die than live. Uh, alright, I understand. I'll keep it a secret. Miss Andrews, I guess she's the overthinking type. Honestly, join the club. She probably never says anything without carefully thinking it through first. Again, join the club. Well, then again, there are the odd things that I don't really think through, but I don't know, I always feel like I might get in trouble if I don't think something through. Thank you for your discretion. Mr. Nick, can I ask you something? What is it? Miss Andrews has been playing with that card in her hand since a little while back. That card? Yeah, I guess she has. Miss Andrews, what is that card you're holding? Huh? Oh, this? Yeah, I was kind of questioning it since I first met you and you're fiddling around with it. I don't quite know. It just happened. It just suddenly appeared in my handbag. Interesting. I just. I don't know. Nothing out of the ordinary ever doesn't come up in a case. Or nothing out of the ordinary doesn't ever not come up with a case, I guess. I should say. What is it? It looks like a seashell? That's what it looks like, doesn't it? I honestly don't remember owning this card. I wonder where I picked it up from. Her not remembering something clearly sounds like it would be a rare occurrence. Well, I must be off. I leave Mr. On guard in your capable hands. Okay. Sounds good to me. Well, I think we've gathered all we can. What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright? Oh, Pearls. She looks all worn out by all this. Well, you said she didn't sleep. Of course she is. She hasn't slept at all and has been walking all over the place with me today. Exactly. She's probably exhausted. What's wrong, Mr. Nick? Let's go back to the office for a little while. You're really tired, right? Oh no. I'm okay, really. I'm fine, I really am. You don't look fine to me. She looks fine to me, but I'm sure she's exhausted. So, what now? Well, we did find one thing out for sure. Miss Andrews has a motive. You mean Miss Impax's suicide note? That's right. She's also the one to discover the victim's body. Clever. What's that? Mr. Nick, the transceiver. Oh no. Hello, Wright and Co. Law Offices. Mr. Attorney, you're not answering the phone. Maya, where's Maya? As I promised, I have not gone within a few feet of her this whole time. Phew. Which is why I suppose she is absolutely famished. What? So I suggest you win a quick acquittal, my friend. At any cost, wouldn't you agree? He's starving her. Wait, Maya, let me hear her. Very well. Ask Maya. Maya, is that you? Sis, ask my sis. Maya, damn it, he cut me off. Mystic Maya said ask my sis, didn't she? Sis, what does she mean by that? Come on, Phoenix. You're a hopeless one. Um, so, sorry? Ack! Exactly. Mia! I have a message from Maya. So, come ask me anything you want about her. Maya's situation. How's Maya? She's safe, for now. That kidnapper is the one to keep his word, it seems. I'm glad to hear she's safe, but Mia, how did you know? As soon as she was locked up, Maya called for me. I read the note she left. Then I gathered as much information about her surroundings as I could. I didn't know you could use spirit channeling like that. Pretty smart of her. The kidnapper. What's he like? I don't know. Apparently, Maya went to answer a phone call at the hotel and was drugged there. And she didn't see the face of her attacker. Ugh. Maya's locked up in a very dark place right now. I'll tell you everything I heard when I was with her. When you were with her? Ugh, I'm starving. I could really go for some apple pie. I mean, at a time like this, sweets are the only way to go. I have to stay positive. He promised he wasn't going to kill me. I'm not going to die. Sis, I wonder if you're with Nick right now. What's this on the ground? Huh? Someone dropped a card? It's a shell card. It kind of looks like a business card, but there's no name on it. Is it the killer's business card? It's pictured a seashell, I think. What a strange card. Drat, it's locked. But this door's locked. Seems easy enough to open. On TV, the hero always uses a plastic card to or a stiff piece of cardboard. Then click, they magically open the door. I wonder if there's a card like that around here I could use. Ah, that's it. This shell card. If I use this, maybe I can get the door open. This might be my key out of here. I had a feeling this card might be useful. I'm such a genius. Alright. Now if you'll excuse me, Mr. Kidnapper. I did it! Okay. Now I'm getting the heck out of here. I shouldn't keep Nick waiting, or worried. Oh, so she got out. Hopefully she can find some food. Alright, I don't even know how long I've been streaming for. Considering the stream, I think, has gone down a couple times. Yeah. Okay, so 2 hours. About 3 hours. Which is, I guess, a good enough time, but you know what? I kind of want to do the trial. So, let's continue. Let's continue for now. Adrian did it. That's what it looks like. Dude, no way. That woman couldn't do anything like that. In court today, there will be a mountain of evidence that will implicate you. A mountain of evidence? I'm certain there is someone out there trying very hard to pin this whole thing on you. Please, Mr. Liar, dude. Like I said yesterday, I'm refreshing like a spring breeze, alright? I can't let any sort of scandal ruin that. I understand. Well, it's almost time. Mia, we must get a complete acquittal today. I know. But I can't focus on Maya's situation right now. Or Pearl's either. No matter what, I have to focus on winning this case by the end of the day. Indeed. Well, let's get going. It's gonna be kind of a short chapter for them here. It's him. This is right. Good morning. This is it, Mr. Attorney. The day of the trial. Maya, she's unharmed, right? Well, when I checked on her earlier this morning, she seemed a bit, how shall we say, tired. Don't worry. People don't die that easily. Besides, what you really should be concentrating on is winning today's trial. Gah. For my sake, as well as yours, you must win today's trial. Which is why I sent you a little present this morning. Present? What in the world would you want to give me? You'll figure it out once the trial starts. And even if you don't like my gift, I expect you to graciously accept it and win the day's contest, if you please. Wait. The kidnapper sent me a present? Mr. Lawyer Dude, who was that? No one. It was nothing to do with you. So forget you heard anything. Dude, did your nose just get longer? No. Court is now in session for the trial of Manengard. I realized the other side of the courtroom was empty? What's with that? Are the prosecution and defense ready? The defense is ready, Your Honor. Where's the prosecution? I say, Mr. Wright, what happened to Miss Von Karma? I don't know, Your Honor. Why are you getting mad at me? Your Honor, please be quiet. Bailiff, court is in session. If you must tell me something, please keep it brief. Now then, what is it? Prosecutor Von Karma has... This morning, Miss Von Karma was shot by an unknown gunman. What? Shot? Was this the present? Somehow. I think this is the present that the man was talking about. Yeah, I think so too, Mia. His present. Miss Von Karma is one of the top prosecutors in the country at the moment. If she were to disappear, it would be to your advantage. Th this is totally insane. Miss Von Karma, is she alright? I don't have that answer. She's alive and in stable condition. That's good. Phew. You're... I thought he'd show up. Your Honor, due to the circumstances, Miss Francesca Von Karma cannot appear in court today. I, Miles Edgeworth, will be taking her place. The prosecution is ready, naturally. Alright. Miss Von Karma was shot in her right shoulder and is currently undergoing surgery. Another Von Karma shot in the shoulder, huh? Luckily, I have looked at this case over and familiar with the details. Actually, I think Manfred was literally shot. Like, I know he was shot in his shoulder. I'm thinking it was the right side as well, which is kind of funny. Well, funny and not funny. You know what I mean. The prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of Mr. Matt Ungard. The court acknowledges the prosecution. Right. I finally found the answer I was struggling for on my long journey this past year. By the end of this case, by the time this case comes to an end, you too will know the answer. But then the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Please bring Detective Gumshoe to the stand. Witness, your name and occupation? My name's Dick Gumshoe, sir. I'm a detective down at the precinct, for now. For now? After this trial's over, I'm supposed to turn in my badge, sir. Detective Gumshoe. The prosecution has no need for a depressed witness. Lift your head up and face forward like a proud officer, Detective Dick Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Now, let's have your testimony. If we want to explore the various facets of this case, we must start with that. Get ready, Phoenix. This is going to be one very rough fight. Yeah, it would have to be with Edgeworth as my appointment. As my opponent. Not appointment. Opponent. The answer he was struggling for, interesting. Show me this answer you finally found, Edgeworth. Bare facts of the case. This murder happened after the Hero of Heroes award ceremony, sir. The victim, Juan Correa, was found dead in his hotel room. After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered, sir. At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. However, we later found out that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. What do you mean, nothing to do with the murder? After the award ceremony ended, the victim was alone in his room. Yes, sir. Both the victim and defendant went alone to their rooms. I see. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Okay. This murder happened after the Hero of Heroes award ceremony, sir. The victim, Juan Correa, was found dead in his hotel room. After looking, we believed he was definitely murdered, sir. I'm not quite sure about that either. What do you mean? The cause of death, wasn't that because Mr. Correa was stabbed in the chest? Only a careless amateur would believe something so brainless as that, pal. You believe that. which I very much question because it was a butter knife and it wasn't stabbed that far in. Take a good look, hard look at the crime photo. Now, a real pro's attention would be drawn here to this banana. Banana? His bandana, sir. That's the thing wrapped tightly around his neck, sir. Yes, I see. His banana-scented banana. Then, what about the knife? It seems to have been stuck in the victim's chest on purpose after his death. We have a crafty murderer on our hands here. Okay, so he was strangled to death with the scarf and then stabbed with the knife. That makes a lot more sense. At first we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. And why did you think that? Because it was empty, pal. The Jammin' Ninja doesn't go anywhere without his bright red guitar, and we couldn't find it anywhere at the scene of the crime. Oh, then how about this theory? The fan really wanted the guitar and did the crime to get it. How's that? We thought of that too, but the only fingerprints on the guitar case were the victims. Only the victims, huh? I see. So much for my theory then. I see. However, we later found out that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. What convinced you it had nothing to do with the case? The guitar wasn't at the Gatewater Hotel that night. Well then, where was it? The bright red guitar was eventually found at the TV studio. The victim, Juan Corrida, had apparently only taken the case with him, sir. So you mean he forgot to put the guitar inside the case? Yes, sir. Even when he was on stage for the ceremony, he didn't have his guitar. So that guitar case was empty even before he got to the hotel. Yeah, that's right. So it really had nothing to do with the case after all. I believe that is enough. First, the victim was choked to death with his bandana. Then, after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him with the knife. Which brings me to my next point. Why then did the police arrest Madengard? Because there was reason enough to expect him. Here it comes. Looks like Edgeworth's back in full swing. Very well. Detective Gumshoe, please testify to this matter. Yes, sir. Madengard and Juan Corrida were huge rivals with each other. They each thought the other guy was in his way. That's motive enough in my book. As for evidence, there's the Jammin' Ninja's button. It was ripped off the ninja costume and was found in Ungard's hakama. The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. The defendant brought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder. I see. So the defendant's fingerprints were on the knife used in the stabbing. It was sort of sticky on the handle, so the fingerprints came out pretty clearly, sir. I see. Sticky, huh? And there's this button that was found in the defendant's clothes, was it? And is this button also covered in blood? Yes, and we know that the blood on it is the victim's blood, sir. What? Jammin' Ninja's button added to court record. All of this points very clearly to the defendant, doesn't it? Yes, it most certainly does, Your Honor. Ready to give in yet, right? I'll find the hole in your argument somehow. You can press as hard as you'd like. Just hurry up with your usual pointless questions. Grr. Okay. Matt and Guard and Juan and Kurita were huge rivals with each other. Do I have the knife? Yeah. Bears the victim's blood and Unguard's fingerprints and grip. Gatewater is engraved. The defendant brought the knife to the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder. But that was just from Gatewater, so not necessarily. Wait a second. What? So the bias of your argument that this was a premeditated murder is simply that my client brought a knife beforehand? That's right, pal, the defendant did not buy this knife. Huh? Take a good look at the handle of the knife and you'll see what I'm talking about. Huh? It has a Gatewater seal set into the handle. Gatewater? I think I've heard that name somewhere before. That's the name of the hotel, the Gatewater Hotel. Uh-oh. The murder knife is actually property of the hotel, which means this murder was not premeditated. You know, I'm so happy that we don't have to deal with Francesca's annoying whips this case. Also, why does my stream keep losing connection? I just saw it restart again. Yes, that is very true. This is very big. Well, I don't know if you guys missed anything when the stream went down, so the only thing we really proved is that it wasn't a premeditated murder because the knife was from the hotel and wasn't bought. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sorry, but the defense is simply too careless. What? I think whether the crime is premeditated or not has already been determined. How so? I admit this night is hotel property. There's no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough not to realize this. But I didn't oh, whimper. The question is, where did this knife come from? I feel so bad for Gumshoe. What? Why? That's obvious. It came from the victim, Mr. Kurita's room. Sorry, Your Honor, but this is incorrect. The victim ate a last meal before he was murdered. With that being the case, I would like to draw the court's attention to what is on top of the table. A knife and a fork. There's a knife and a fork on the table. Then, where in the world did this knife come from? If it pleases the court, I would like for us to recall the room of the defendant, Mr. Madden-Guard. Knife and fork, and then just fork. Especially what was on top of his table. There's something missing. Perhaps it is a single knife? Great. We investigated the leftover dishes for fingerprints while we were investigating. It came to the conclusion that Mr. Madden-Guard's knife was missing. Mr. Guard had gone to the victim's room with the knife he had used during murder. Why would he carry a knife on a visit? To kill, of course. But with that, I believe the prosecution has proven this was a premeditated murder. Yeah. Amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. Absolutely brilliant. A brilliantly clear deduction. It seems like Edgeworth has been had this planned from the very beginning. This must be one of those traps, and I just walked headlong into it. The murder weapon with fingerprints and a button with the victim's costume. There is a quite sizable amount of evidence here. I can safely say that any further deliberation is a waste of time, is a waste of your honor's time. Although, I wouldn't mind if the defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court. Evidence not shown yet? He means evidence that the court hasn't seen yet. In other words, new evidence. What does the defense have to say about this, Mr. Wright? Well, Phoenix. The judge is favoring the prosecution right now. If we answer with something wrong here, that gavel of his will be ringing out to the sound of our defeat. Mr. Wright, do you have something important and necessary to present to this court? Do I? I want to say yes, but I also want to think it through a little bit more. Okay. There's one piece of evidence that catches my attention. Something that the court has yet to see. Mr. Wright, I will say this one more time. I do not feel this trial needs to continue at all. However, I am giving you one chance, and only one. Need a little bit more to drink. That's better. What the judge is saying, right, is you don't try pulling one of your usual bluffs here. If I mess up, it's curtains for all of us. You may now present one and only one piece of evidence. Now then, what is this important evidence that you must show to the court? Oh my god, it's the whole bar. Well, I guess that makes sense. But I think it's the wine glass that was never knocked over, even though everything else was. This is a wine glass, is it not? Please look at the photo of the crime scene one more time. The scene is a mess because of the victim's struggle against his assailant. The vase was broken. The vase was broken. His makeup is all over the floor. These were all things that were at one point sitting on top of the dresser. Well, yes, I see your point. However, this glass that is sitting on top of the dresser is mysteriously untouched. The only thing that had not fallen over, along with everything else, is this wine glass. This piece of evidence is more than strange enough to warrant further consideration. Well, what do y'all have to say? Well, yes, it is a little peculiar. Yes, isn't it? I thought it was. You can stop looking at me with those puppy dog eyes of yours now. Mr. Edgeworth. What is it, Your Honor? Your opinion? You don't need my opinion, because there is no special meaning to that glass. What? It's safe to say that the glass was set there after the crime took place. By the person who discovered the body, Adrian Andrews, for example. She could have easily been so shocked that she set the glass down without thinking. That does sound very plausible, Mr. Wright. Could Miss Andrews really have set that glass down without thinking? See, personally, I feel like it's possible, but I feel like the game wants me to say that there's no way. So I'm gonna say that there's no way. If I appear weak here, the trial is over. I can look for my proof later. For now, I should trust my instinct and point with certainty. They just might fall for it if you're thought-provoking enough. The defense would like to challenge the prosecution's theory. We'd like to see something that proves it was Miss Andrews who set the cup on the table. You've turned the situation on its head yet again, as usual. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any proof to back up your claim? There's no way he has any. He's just bluffing. Unlike Mr. Wright, I never say anything unless I have the evidence to support it. What? You're not thinking hard enough today, right? Did you think this wine glass escaped my notice? Then... Of course it has been thoroughly inspected for fingerprints. Fingerprints? There were only one set of fingerprints left on this wine glass. Only one? Well, whose were they? They were not the victims nor the defendants. Rather, they were one and Adrian Andrews. What? Wine glass updated in the court record. That is why I said that the person who had discovered the body had left it there. Are we done here, Mr. Wright? But why would it just be hers? Like, I understand if it was his drink. Or, well, even that wouldn't have made sense. Like, what happened here? Did she just pour herself a glass? Grr, I can't believe I fell into another trap. Miss Andrews was probably holding the glass when she went to see Mr. Corita. Did she? But the tomato juice is in that room. But upon seeing his dead body, she was stunned and set the glass down on the dresser. What you just said makes a lot of sense. Tisk. How do you... Now, do you see, right? You can't change any part of my scenario, as it explains everything all too well. Grr. I've thought long and hard this past year about what it means to be a prosecutor. And from here on out, I will show you the answer I have come to discover. Wait a second, Mr. Edgeworth. I think the prosecution has provided enough evidence for me to make my verdict. Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to pass judgment yet. The prosecution has yet another witness we would like the court to hear from. Another witness? Yes. Bailiff, please bring in the next witness. What in the world is Mr. Edgeworth thinking? Old bag, really? Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. Witness, your name and occupation, please. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Ha, gotcha. Gah. I wonder what happened to that calm composure he had earlier. Oh, edgy boy, it's been, what, a year since we last met, hasn't it? You should be more happy to see me. I saw the report with her testimony, but who knew that under that helmet, it was the wicked witch of the witness stand. I tell you, this time I know what I'm supposed to do. So today we are going to tell you anything and everything. Even though we don't have a... Wait. Even things that don't have to do with that terrible crime. Miss Witness, that terrible crime is all this court needs to know. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Oof. Shush, I'm talking to my dear Edgy Wedgie right now. Don't interrupt us, Gramps. Yes, ma'am. No, no, no. Please, by all means, interrupt her, please. Anyway, witness your testimony, please. It's true what they say, that youth is hot-headed nowadays. Not that I mind at all, Edgy. Now then, what should I start with? The witness is on his security detail at the hotel on the night of the murder. Is this correct, Miss Oldbag? It was a great job being able to see my dear Juan. It would almost be too much for my little heart to handle. I just realized Oldbag has a wedding ring, which means she's married. Why is she going after all these men if she's married? You mean you were a fan of the victim? Look, everyone is crazy over that on guard. Saying he's cute in a fresh way or something. But not me. I would say anything so silly. After all, I have no interest in a little child like him. I'm only interested in a real man, Juan Corrida. But those two were the same age. Anyway, as I was saying, I was pacing in front of his room last night. Very well. Please tell the court what you witnessed the night of the murder. Leave it to me, Edgy Poo. I have a request. Please stop calling Edgeworth weird names. Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around in the hallway in front of his room. There was something I was interested in finding out, you know. Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. That's when somebody showed up. It was the man coming out of poor Juan's room. It was on guard, mad on guard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room. I see. So Mr. On guard came out from the victim's room. See, it has to be him. He's the murderer. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Alright, then. Let's see, I want to press this one. It was on guard, Matt on guard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room. You saw my client, are you sure about that? Yesy. Really? Annoying brat, when I say I saw someone, I saw that person. Why do I get a sense of deja vu? Maybe to avoid a repeat of last year, I should delve into this bit further. Okay. Person's clothes. Please tell the court about the man's clothes in more detail. What a troublesome man you are, really. As if something like that matters. But it does. Now what was it? Oh, yes. It was that thing. What thing? That gaudy thing he always wearing, that racing jacket. He was wearing that at the detention center, too. That thing's meant for nothing but seducing women out of their pantaloons. Men. Right. So, Mr. Wright, was this testimony not just now important or relevant in any way? It was very important. Maybe. Of course it was important, Your Honor. Then perhaps you'd like to point out what part of that testimony was important. Don't you see it, Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request what the witness said about the jacket to be appended to her testimony. I don't see where you're going with this, but alright, witness, please. Well, I don't like to badmouth anyone without a reason, but if I must. He is wearing his flashy racing jacket. Honestly, it's all just for show. Oh! He's supposed to be wearing the Steel Samurai. Or not the Steel Samurai, the Nickel Samurai costume, because this was found in the Nickel Samurai costume. Miss Oldbeg. What? Don't say my name for no reason. Do you know what this is? Ah, it's button number 2 on Jammy Ninja's costume. Now I know she's an obsessed fan. She identified it in a single glance. Give it here, give it here. If you don't give it to me, I'll punish you with this. Wow, she really is on a die-hard fan to want a button covered in blood. This button was discovered on Mr. Engard's body during the full body search. See? This button proves beyond a shadow of the doubt it was that rascal Engard. It was caught up in the pleats of his Nickel Samurai Hakama pants. See? And Engard is the Nickel Samurai. Witness. Now, it may just be me, and I do have an active imagination, but just now, didn't you just say that the defendant, Matt Engard, was wearing his usual racing jacket? I'm so sorry. Sorry that you judge people based on what they wear. If I wore the trendiest... Okay, we'll just let her go off for a while. She'll get there eventually. It's fine. Now, hold your tongue still there for a second. So, what you saw in actuality was not Mr. Engard the man, but Mr. Engard the Nickel Samurai? But when you think about it, they're really one and the same anyway. Miss Oldbag, this is a very important point we're talking about. Edgy Poo, do you think so too? Well, it might be something worth considering. Just say it's important and agree with me for a change. Witness, think carefully and try to remember as much as you can before you testify. Alright, if you insist. I should be the one signed, not you. Engard. Yes, now I remember. That Nickel Samurai, that's right. It was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to the post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know. So he must have worn that Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Huan. I knew it. I knew you'd say he was inside that costume. What? Did you think there could have been someone else inside that costume? Don't be a bad little boy thinking such rude things. But the possibility does exist. Ah, you young'uns today. I told you there is no way it was anyone else. How do you know that? Because I said so. And what I say is the truth. At least she's just a delightful a witness as she was a year ago. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Who I saw. Alright, then. I am wanting to question this one because he wasn't stabbed to death. Should it be this one? Maybe? I'm gonna present the knife just in case. I know this game can be a little bit weird sometimes. Please take a look at this. Yes, so it's a knife. Big deal. If you're trying to scare me with that, I'll have you know it won't work. No, it's not my intention at all. That's the knife that was used in the murder, correct? Your Honor, do you know why this piece of evidence is important to the case? You don't even have to ask. It's because the defendant's fingerprints are on it. Is that what you're driving at? That is exactly what I'm driving at. What are you driving at, and whose car are we driving? If Mr. Ungard is really in the Nickel Samurai costume at the time of the murder, then it's impossible for his fingerprints to be left on this knife. Actually, he would have wiped all the fingerprints on this knife right off. I see. Totally was getting at that. Oh, that's right. The Nickel Samurai wears gloves, doesn't he? He probably took his gloves off before he began the stabbing. And why would he do something like that? To leave his fingerprints on the murder weapon? There's no way he could do that. Could do something like that. However, there is one possibility. Then let's hear your possibility. It's very simple. The defendant went to the victim's room while in costume as the Nickel Samurai. At the time, the defendant held no intent to murder. He was probably just going to relax and talk with the victim about the stage show. Which is why he took his gloves off. But the murder still did take place. It's still known that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim. Yes, I have heard that before. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about Mr. Edgeworth's theory? So let me get this straight. Edgeworth's theory goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now, up to this point, are there any problems with his theory? It sounds weird to me. I'm gonna say there is a contradiction. This theory contradicts something in an earlier testimony. What are you blabbing about? No, for argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. Ungard was the killer, if that's the case. I think it's possible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. Oh, because of the knife. Because he already proved it was premeditated. This knife, this was used by Mr. Ungard at dinner. Yes, we did establish that. Which means that if my client was in fact the killer, then he brought this knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Kurita, I suppose. However, you just said it yourself. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. If that were true, then why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he? Which means, Mr. Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from supposition 1. And one more thing. If the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, then there should be glove marks left on the knife. Which means the defendant's fingerprints shouldn't be on all over it like bees on a hive. And that brings me to my final point. This knife was planted by the real killer to hide their identity and mislead us. Order, order, I say order. In the court. Order in the court. Was the knife really planted by the killer? Why would the murderer do such a thing? To frame Matt on guard. It's to frame my client, Mr. On Guard, of course. To frame? Aren't you forcing the interpretation just a little too hard on this one? But we just established that the witness saw the Nickel Samurai in the costume. And if that were true, then there shouldn't be a single fingerprint on this knife. Grr. Witness! Looks like I've made your life a tiny bit more difficult, huh, Edgy-Poo? Witness, did you not... Witness, did you or did you not see the Nickel Samurai? Well, I guess at first I might have forgotten, but... Are you saying you mixed up Mr. On Guard with the Nickel Samurai, his character on TV? But I mean, I can't really do anything about that now. Look, I was waiting around in the front of their doors because, well, I wasn't waiting around for the Nickel Samurai, that's for sure. She wasn't waiting around for the Nickel Samurai. Alright then, who were you waiting around for then? That's top secret to anyone outside of security. I have a feeling that you were waiting for Mr. Juan Corrida. Am I correct, witness? Ha ha ha. The way you think, you are a sad amateur with a terrible case of nearsightedness. Amateur? Me? What am I an amateur of? So, Old Bag was waiting around in front of the victim's room, but it doesn't sound like she was waiting to catch a glimpse of Mr. Corrida. Maybe... Phoenix, maybe that Old Bag was waiting around for that person. If it's who I think Mia's hitting at, it's certainly possible. Miss Old Bag, you were waiting for this person to come out of the victim's room, weren't you? Oh. My guess is that she was waiting for Adrian because she saw the news article. Who is this person? This is Adrian Andrews, Mr. On Guard's manager. But why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room? It seems that this is the latest rumor in circulation, Your Honor. Oh, this is, Ah, I see. The judge seems to be really into the article, if it can be called such a thing. Then this manager with the initials AA, are you saying it's Adrian Andrews? Without a doubt, the witness thought so as well. Looks like you found me out. Well, that's fine. I can throw away this whole sworn to confidentiality stuff then. Witness, what in the world are you... Watch out, Phoenix. I've got a bad feeling about this. A very bad feeling. I've got some information. Some very secret information from a certain source. So that's why I was doing my own little investigation, in secret of course. But what for? Oh, just for myself, personal reasons and all that. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, how do you proceed from here? I really don't want to do this. However, I cannot simply let this point slide. I see. Very well then, witness. Please testify about this secret information. Get ready. This is gonna take the wind out of your young'uns. Out of you young'uns. I'm sure we're all capable of handling this. Really, it's not like we're 10 years old. She probably sees you that way. Not gonna lie. That Ungard is one evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Huan by causing a huge scandal. So, to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with Huan. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, and this is a top secret. You got that? Nobody else but you and me know yet, okay? You're in court. Now everyone knows. The defendant sent this manager. What the distasteful topic for this court. What? Nobody's above gossip. And isn't there a saying, the truth is never pleasant? Never heard that one before. Mr. Edgeworth, what about this Adrian Andrews person? We have looked into this matter, and found that the truth of the article poses is, in fact, baseless gossip. But should this be true, then this proves that the defendant did bear ill will towards the victim. So this means I have to smash this rumor once and for all. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Be careful. The old bag seems rather excited right now. That's right, Ungard is nothing but your average foul-blooded youth. Foul-blooded youth. Well, as the old saying goes, you've got to burn old bags with fire. Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone. Alright then. I'm still gonna question this. Wait. What? I'm a busy woman. Tea time with the kids is over. The secret information that no one else knows yet. If that's true, then how do you know this secret information? Huh? Well, that's because I'm a pro. Yes, that's it. It's a secret. Even if you drilled a hole into my brain, you'll never find out. How in the world did that old bat get such a secret piece of information? I think I'm going to present evidence. I'm impressed further. Maybe I'll find some evidence. So no one else is supposed to know the secret information, correct? If that's true, then why do you know about it, Miss Oldbag? What are you... Why are you looking at me like that? Stop it. Witness. I hate to say it, but this is how you came to inquire your secret info, isn't it? Oh, she found Lotta's camera, is what I'm guessing. The investigative photographer, Lotta Hart. Oh yes, I remember that mischievous girl. She reported that she had lost a certain note she had written to herself. She reported such a thing? On that piece of paper, she had written down some of her impressions about the relationship between the victim and Miss Andrews. What? Outrageous ideas, you say? No, I said impressions. Then everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless? Ah, that's it. That's the note. No, you see, this is something completely different. This is my top secret list of groceries to buy. Then you are the one who took Miss Hart's note. I'm a huge fan of Huan, that's why. That famous puffy-haired whippersnapper? She's working with that evil Ungard. She said so herself. Ungard, I'm his sidekick. She was so happy, smiling like a silly little duck. I was only checking what she had written. Edgipoo, you believe me, don't you? Nah, I was only trying to help out, like the angel I am. I'm only one little piece of paper. It's only one little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before. I don't believe that. I don't believe that for a second. You really should come with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine. Well, it was only a piece of paper. I suppose we can overlook this just once. She looks like she's really sorry. Should I forgive her? Should I? Should I forgive her? Pile on more pressure. If I let up on her now, she'll get away. I have to find some way to inflict a deafening blow to the prosecution. Witness, you said that the only thing you stole was that note. Is that correct? Stole? Why don't you listen more carefully, you annoying brat? I saved this piece of paper from the terrible, lonely trash, that's all. You're lying. Damn it. I can prove it. Are you putting my credibility under scrutiny again? Miss Oldbag, I don't believe that the note is the one thing you stole that night. I believe you stole the camera as well. Miss Oldbag, that note was with a camera inside its case, wasn't it? A camera? Yesterday, Lotta Hart was raising a huge stink over her camera. She kept saying something like my sweetie $1,600 camera disappeared on me. Why? Witness. What is it, Gramps? If you had the note, then it is only logical you had the camera too. Grr. Looks like you found me out again, Sonny. Is this the camera you're looking for? That's... What? Even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know. I still eat meals like you. I fall in love, and I borrow things like from other people. I think your definition of borrow is a little off. I saw that woman's business card, and that's when I noticed it said, Slimebag Celebrity Photographer Extraordinaire. Well, when I saw that, I had to know what sort of picture she had taken. I'm a professional security guard. It's my business to know these things. So what pictures did she take? Bailiff, check the camera's photos. Hurry. We must examine them at once. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do we have? There's only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case. Please, present it to the court. Okay, so he was in his Nickel Samurai costume. This is the Nickel Samurai. See, I told you, that's the guy I saw. This proves that the witness was not lying earlier about this matter. What does this all mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photo by itself does not prove that the person in it is the defendant, however. In his own confession, Mr. Engard clearly stated that at the time of the murder, he was still in his Nickel Samurai costume. If that's the case, then the Nickel Samurai is the defendant. How did it come to this? I think this brings us to the end. We have examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Final comments, Mr. Wright? The court will consider them before we close. Do you agree with this photo as decisive evidence against your client? If this photo really is decisive, then we're done for. But if I raise an objection here and blow it, then I would be putting Maya's life in jeopardy. I can't make a mistake here. There's only one road out of this mess. This photo that Lotta took, has to be something strange with it. Don't know what, but there's something strange with it. There's something strange with this photo. I knew this was coming, right? Your thoughts, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we can all agree there is nothing strange with this photo. There's no way for the defense to debunk this photo, even with a bunker buster. Debunk with a bunker buster? Is that what you're planning to do, Mr. Wright? Anyway, please look at the photo one more time. If you really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo, then you should only need one chance, correct? Well, I have to find something wrong with this photo. I can't let this chance go by. Where in the heck did she take this photo from anyway? It's all out of focus. Why can't she take a good shot, especially when it counts? I don't know. Now then, let's hear your objection. What about this photo is strange? What about this photo is strange? What is strange? I should save, right? Oh, I didn't save. Dang it! Well, this, like, his pants dragging is a little bit strange. I'd like to direct to the courts to his one area right here. What are you pointing to? His ankles? If you could see this person's ankles, that would be one thing. However, you can't. And what does that mean? The costume person in this photo could not have been Matt Ungard. What is the meaning of this? I wonder if you could care to elaborate with actual facts, that is. Let's take a look at the Nickel Samurai's poster. You can see his ankles and his feet. Okay, yeah. Please pay particular attention to the area around the bottle of the hakama. His socks, you can see his socks. Exactly. However, in this photo, the Nickel Samurai is clearly holding his hakama up just to walk. There is only one explanation for this. The person inside the costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant. Alright, I think I've turned things around for myself this time. That's curious, huh? What is? Edgeworth is usually calm today. That's true. He's just letting the trial run itself, as if he's only along for the ride. Along for the ride? What do you mean by that? I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all. He doesn't feel under attack? Then I haven't damaged his case at all? Mr. Edgeworth, where does this leave us? If the person in this photo is not Matt Ungard, then everything the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless. I figured it would come to this. What? Right, I have something I want to ask you. I think you have proven that the person inside this costume is not Matt Ungard. In that case, who is this a photo of? who is the person wearing the Nickel Samurai costume? Don't stress out over this, Phoenix. It's very simple. What you should be focused on is Edgeworth's attitude, don't you think? Yeah. Why is he so calm? Mr. Wright, let's hear your thoughts. Who's the person in this photograph? Well, she took the picture. It's not him. Can't be Juan, of course. Can't be the security. Well, it can only be her. Like, really. Adrian Andrews? If you want to know who that Nickel Samurai is, it is none other than this woman. And why would you say it must be Miss Andrews? What in the world points you to her? For starters, she's short. And she can freely move in and out of Mr. Ungard's room. Finally, she had dinner with Mr. Ungard that night. And how does that all add up? It means that it makes it very easy for her to get a certain item. A certain knife with Mr. Ungard's fingerprints all over it. The knife that was used as the murder weapon. Why don't you just say what you want to say, Mr. Wright? I have to do this now. This is my last chance to turn things around. The defense moves to indict that Miss Adrian Andrews in the murder. Wait. Indict Miss Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan Corrida. Okay, I was reading that right. It was Miss Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime. Order, order, order! It looks like this trial has hit the most unexpected development. Mr. Edgeworth, see, Your Honor, this court is issuing a subpoena? Subpoena? I don't think I've ever seen that word before. For Miss Adrian Andrews. A verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony. Alright, this is it. This is kind of bad for us. Huh? What do you mean? If Adrian Andrews is summoned to court as a witness, it means that the trial will go on for another day. One more day. Ack! If I don't get a verdict today, then Then no. We shall set Miss Andrews' testimony for tomorrow. What am I supposed to do? The judge is about to adjourn the court. Raise an objection. We gotta stop him. Now then. Please, Your Honor, continue the trial. You must pass a verdict today. I can't do that. We cannot hear... I abhor wasting such valuable time. Edgeworth. Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial. But we cannot continue due to this unexpected development. Tisk tisk. Unexpected development? I think you underestimate me, Your Honor. And what do you mean by that? That Mr. Phoenix Wright should slave his way to subpoenating Miss Adrian Andrews is all. Happening according to plan, even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on. What? What? What is the meaning of your statement, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby. Oh, well that's great. She's the next witness. Everything was planned out in advance by that man. Somehow I knew there was no way Edgeworth would overlook Miss Andrews. Looks like this battle is far from over. Exactly. Very well. We will call the next witness. However, before we proceed, we shall take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness in that time, Mr. Edgeworth. The court will now take a 10-minute recess. Alright, sounds good. Part 2 of 2 trial. Alright, I guess we're continuing. Dude, I can't believe that Adrian, no way, not cool and collected Adrian Andrews. She was your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had easy access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her. So after the ceremony during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a log the entire time. See, she could have also easily planted the blood-covered button on your hakama. Because she was the one that came to wake me up? Well, then, dude, you're saying it really was her? Yes, she's the real killer. She was the one who murdered Juan Corrieta. But why? I thought she was buds with Juan. She has her own agenda. Her own agenda? What are you talking about? I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial is over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of today. Get me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze, okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude? Phoenix. You think her motive is related to Celeste Impax's missing suicide note, right? Yes. Miss Andrews, depending on Miss Impax, is her strength and reason to live. But then Miss Impax suddenly killed herself. It sounds like she left the suicide note and the person thought to have hidden it is Juan Corrida, the victim of this murder. And that's why I think that Miss Andrews got too close to Mr. Corrida. All to get the suicide note back. That sounds plausible. But one thing still bothers me. One thing bothers me. What? Who was it that first told us about their relationship? Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regards to Miss Impax. It was Edgeworth. Of course. It looks like he's still the one in command on this ship. Don't let your guard down yet. Yeah, I'll try not to. Court will now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please. The prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court. Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Corrida's room. What is your occupation? I am the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Madengard. I see. Now then. Before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request. Yes, sure, what is it? I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing, and would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently. No, I have no idea what you mean. I've never even heard of Gospelland. If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me. Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relationship with the victim. Yes, I was seeing Miss Corita. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan. And this was a private matter between Juan and myself. So it was a fry and bait matter. Or was that bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing. But I didn't kill him. No one is accusing you of that. I think there's someone who would beg to differ. I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews. Very well then. Witness, please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place. It was time for the show to start when I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room, and there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was naturally the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. You poured yourself a glass of juice? Yes, sadly I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of the crime, and I disrupted the crime scene by moving this one thing. And this is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Phoenix? She is one cool and collected customer, and she has the brains to match. Yes, I know. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing. Disrupt her pacing. She's the type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking. So you have to attack when she least expects it. I see. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial is over, understand? Alright. Well, I want to ask about the whole shock thing. You were in shock? What? Was I not supposed to be? Miss Andrews is a very calculating person, and despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Corita. Anyone randomly stumbling upon his dead body would be in shock, and you can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be in shock. Somehow I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not. I see. What I saw naturally the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. Okay. This is the photo you're referring to, correct? Yes, the one with the knife lodged in his chest. And the guitar case was like this, too. Yes, it was open and empty, of course. And then, what did you do next, witness? I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. Okay. Juice. Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. But you don't drink any of it, did you? Huh? There was no lip marks left on the wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it. I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it. Miss Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Corita, you were in great shock. And that's when you poured yourself a glass of juice, correct? And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time. Your mind was a complete blank? I didn't think that was possible for you. Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing. What one thing? Never mind. It's no big deal. What was she starting to say just now? Press further. Miss Andrews, I'm convinced that you are said you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was. Actually, so would I. I'm sorry, it's kind of embarrassing. The, when I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over. Flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime photo? This mess of glass shards? It was originally on top of the dresser, but when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case. Why did you withhold such an important piece of information? I'm sorry. I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume that the vase was just another part of the mess. Well, we did kind of assume that. It looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal to your testimony. I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. Okay. I was the one who knocked the flower vase over, where it fell onto the guitar case. Which is why it was wet, right? You testify that you knocked the flower vase over, is this correct? Yes. Oh, but it was closed, so yeah, no, that is a contradiction. I was starting to think like, wait, am I just agreeing to her because I know I'm supposed to be finding contradictions, not just agreeing to people. And are you sure it fell onto the guitar case? Is there some sort of problem with what I said? It's not some problem, it's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what is so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that were true, the case should have gotten wet in the inside, not the outside. That's very true. Furthermore, there's one other strange thing about this guitar case. And what is that? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor. And what is wrong with that? If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shards would be inside, not outside the case. Ah? What's your point, Wright? That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over? Is that all? No, think about back to when Miss Andrews testified too. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else. Yes, that's right. She did implicitly say she didn't touch the guitar case. But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearing on this case at all. That may very well be, however, the empty guitar case does seem to have no relation to this case, doesn't it? It seems that there is no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright, do you think we need to hear more details about the guitar case? I'm gonna make her testify. The empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle. Heh, I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you. I can't believe I'm doing this either. Alright, I'll follow along for now. Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case. Yes, Your Honor. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the vase, As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. It looks like this really wasn't a very important point. This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting. Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start my cross-examination. Using any way to change the topic, a convenient escape for a weak man. These Edgeworths are throwing hands today. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. Open the guitar case after knocking the vase over. I'm gonna present the guitar case again, I think. Because it bears Karita's fingerprints, but it doesn't bear hers. There's no way you were the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim. Ah! What is it, Miss Andrews? You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case. What do you mean? What if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time? Gloves? But why would you be wearing gloves at the time? It was the night of the award ceremony. So, of course, I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I'm sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness is wearing gloves at the scene of the crime. That's strange. You were wearing gloves. Isn't that a little strange? Why is that strange? Do you have something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time? Well, the wine glass. That had your fingerprints on it. I have your proof right here. This wine glass. The wine glass? You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange that you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? Ugh. Her glass is just broken. She replaced them. Not gonna lie, that looked kind of funny. Order, order, order. Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time. What do you mean? I believe that the guitar case plays a very important role here. But it's just an empty case. I wonder if it really was empty, though. But the guitar, the bright red guitar, was at the studio. Phoenix, drop all your presumptions. What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar. You don't mean it was the bright white guitar? Wait, that's not right either. Yeah, the bright white guitar does not exist. I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves, despite the fact that on the case. Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us into his misguided. No, Your Honor. Please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it is wide open in this photo of the crime scene. I'm sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder. If you are so sure, right, then I'm sure you can somehow sustain your outrageous claim, right? Correct? Please enlighten us to why that guitar case has anything at all to do with this murder. Can you do that, Mr. Wright? Well, let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case. The bright red guitar not being the only thing? You don't mean to suggest... No, it was not a black guitar. So you intend to push your theory that the case is not empty. Is that it, right? I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove. Deflate that head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have it. What was inside the case at the time of the murder? Wait. I think it was the Steel Samurai costume. This is photograph. Yes, but what is important is in that picture, Your Honor. In this picture, it doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I am proposing as. Inside the guitar case was a nickel samurai. Was the nickel samurai, the hero's very own costume. What? Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Right, are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be in doing something like that? That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity, so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews? I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea? Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get the shot, correct? You mean this photo? Yep. Hey, order. It looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we? Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know, my strategy is speak first, think later. So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume. Wait a second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Madam Guard's. Why would something of the defendant's be in the victim's room? And inside the guitar case of all places. True. That is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was the Nickel Samurai costume doing inside the guitar case? Was a spare costume. because Ungard was still wearing his costume. Mr. Ungard did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we are talking about was a spare one. What? You heard me, Edgeworth. Then, are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel? Yes, that is what I am saying. And how do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case? It would mean that the victim himself had brought this spare to the ceremony on purpose. But why? The victim, Mr. Kurita, was the jamming ninja. Why would he secretly bring a Nickel Samurai's spare costume with him? What would be the reason by such a peculiar act? And therein lies the sticking point. What are you mumbling to yourself about now? Have you been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue? Huh? No, I just... Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai spare costume? Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully now, before you answer. And then answer with gusto. I believe in you. Alright, this is what I think. The reason the victim brought the Nickel Samurai spare costume to the hotel was... Oh, the conference. Because Madame Guard didn't even know about the conference. What is this? On the night of the murder after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference. A press conference? Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess to something at this conference. I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up, right? But what struck me as strange was that Madame Guard himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night. But how can that be? The way I see it, that can mean only one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Kurita himself. The victim? Yes. The spare Nickel Samurai costume was prepared for the very conference. Mr. Kurita was going to hold the press conference as the Nickel Samurai. He was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai and hold a conference? But why would the victim do such a thing? That's something I don't quite know yet. However, what I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at that conference. The Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. And by confess, I wager he was going to reveal something about himself. Which means that Juan Kurita, posing as Nickel Samurai, was going to speak about Madame Guard. Yes, I guess that is what it would mean. But if that's the case, that's not a confession, that's public disclosure. Exactly. Miss Andrews? I can see why you are pros at what you do. Pardon me? Yes, just as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan. Miss Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this. I was the one he asked to help set it up. And the person who prepared the second costume for him, that was also me. You? Hwan had bet everything on the Jamming Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he would he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway. He was going to ruin him, huh? It looked like somehow Hwan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. What? Great. And do you know what the secret of Matt and Guards is, Miss Andrews? That's something only Hwan knew. I don't know what it is. I see. I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone, but I've been expected. I've been trying to protect Matt after all. Protect Mr. and Guard? And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could, please tell us the truth about your behavior. Yes, Your Honor, I understand. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Hwan no matter what. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. And I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. It's what you say. This does account for everything. Well, I am the logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She's more nervous than a scared rabbit. If the defense can find no fault in this testimony, I'm ready to make a ruling. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine, Mr. Wright. Looks like somehow everything has swung to the opposite end of the scale again. Of course it has. That just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Hwan no matter what. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage. Then, what about the button? The button? It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought. And during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jamming Ninja's costume. You're talking about this button, correct? That button was found in the pleats of Matt's hakama. Isn't that correct? I would think that makes it very decisive evidence. Irk. Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright. Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony. I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. Thank goodness Mia can still look at me. With an icy stare, yes. Miss Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony. The button was torn off of Hwan during the fight with Matt. And how do you know that? When the ends of the thread of the button and the costume were matched up, they were found to perfectly fit together. Wait, they were found to fit together perfectly, or so I heard. I've heard that before too. But why would Miss Andrews know about this case down to such a fine detail? Don't look at me like that. Just because I'm prepared and you are not. I thought I had heard this time for sure. If there's anything to trip her up on, it has to be here. But where and what? Okay. So it has to be there. Let's go to there. Kinda wanna know... Do you have an autopsy report yet? And stabbed with a knife. Well, never didn't say it was torn off. I don't know. Try that. This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by the scarf. Strangulation? That's true, she never really brought that up. The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died. And what does that mean? Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off of the costume one after the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly, which means it is impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle, because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. That's right, Miss Andrews. There is no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off of the victim's already dead body. Order. What is the meaning of this, Wright? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change? Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve? What purpose? We know that the victim was not torn off during the fight. So the murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this off the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it? Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with this button? What was it? To pin the crime on guard. There's only one logical reason for doing something like that. To pin the crime on Mr. Ungard. There's no way anyone would put a bloody button in their own pants. That's right, Mr. Ungard was set up. By the real killer, of course. And the real murderer is? Well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real murderer? The real killer, then? Finally. I can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet. Not until the very end. The real killer, the person who planned to frame Mr. Ungard is. Well, it still has to be Adrian Andrews. I don't know how many times I've selected her. Miss Adrian Andrews. I choose you. You are Mr. Corrida's killer. What? Order. Mr. Wright. This is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge? Any evidence? All of the evidence points to Miss Andrews. What? How preposterous. You can't stick any of that on me. I can't. Can I? Would you care to test me? Then what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. That was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. Engard, naturally. The knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. And the only one who had dinner with him and knew this knife to take was you. Tisk. Then, what about the button that was found in Matt's hakama? This button was removed from the victim's body after he already died. Why are we going through this again? It literally just happened. The only person who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. Engard was the real killer, there was no way he would have put such incriminating evidence into his own hakama. The only person who could have put this button into Mr. Engard's hakama is the person who went to wake him up from his nap, which is you, yet again, Miss Andrews. I see. What about the empty guitar case? That is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. That costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the scene of the crime. Now who could have known that there was just such a costume inside the guitar case? Miss Andrews. It could only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews. No, But Miss Andrews' fingerprints are nowhere to be found on the guitar case. And it was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time. That's right. That's because she did not intend on leaving any fingerprints. Just wanna... Thank you for anyone who had followed during this stream, by the way. I don't seem to have alerts properly showing up on my computer for some reason. But I do notice that I have more followers now, so thank you for that. Anyway, back to the game. That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposely left her fingerprints on the glass to show that, yes indeed, she was classic dazed discoverer of the dead body. Ah, and to top it all off, there's a photo. A photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth could believe this nickel samurai is Mr. Engard. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? please stop? Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? I've got her this time. Miss Andrews? I... I... I refuse to testify. What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me. Well, yes, you are absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination by allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves. What? Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. Ungard's room, Adrian Andrews. Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed, understood? Alright. Probably gave her the idea. That's it. That's when Francesca planted this idea into her head. She must have told Miss Andrews not to testify if things looked bad. You did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. But there's still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done? Hehehehe. What's wrong, Wright? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence? What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. What? Everything you have proven is circumstantial. Circumstantial? Sorry, just looking for something. Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to prove a single piece of definitive proof. Proof that Miss Andrews did, in fact, harbor a wish to murder Miss Corrida. Miss Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Corrida? I believe this may lead to me incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering. But Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think? Maybe so, or maybe not. There's nothing to prove it either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty and due to my silence. No, she's taking that defiant attitude again. Mia, what should we do? However, we've landed in the worst possible situation. I think we have reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Mr. Adrian Andrews has refused to testify, and the defense's theory that she is the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid definitive proof. But that's not true. In this situation, there is only one thing this court can do, and that is to declare a recess. Recess? I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter. And at tomorrow's trial... Tomorrow? We don't have a tomorrow. If we don't get a not guilty verdict today, then... Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial must continue... Please continue the trial. What are you sweating for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he? That's not it. It isn't about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please, let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya... But it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is... It is not impossible for this trial to continue. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you... It's true, Miss Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony. Yes, that is very true, but actually there's one little thing that I'm curious about. Miss Andrews, when you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, and I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. So my actions are unusual, but before you speak, I want to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify? Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again. As to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we found out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness. I don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he friend or foe? I just don't know. The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Please, Andrews. Oh, Miss Andrews, if you please. That glass of juice, I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. Then I realized that he was dead. That's when I knocked over the flower vase. Oh, yeah. She knocked over the flower vase. So you poured that glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony? I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. That's what they all say. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left. I know. Edgeworth, what the heck is going on in that brain of yours? Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. When I found the body. That glass of juice, I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in a messy state. And Juan was just sitting there, slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought of that he was dead didn't cross my mind. I find that hard to believe. So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body. Ah, What is the meaning of this? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There's a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Kurita's chest. Anyone who saw the scene would have immediately thought that here was a dead man. Well, you see, I doubt a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted. And then nonchalantly go pour something to drink. Your point is, Miss Andrews, your testimony just now, it was all one giant lie. And your lie has proven one thing very clear. That you are the real killer. No! It looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Madengard, is not guilty after all. But that's impossible. You're wrong. Miss Andrews, try to have some composure. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt, I swear it. He was the one who killed Juan. But you were the one who refused to testify. And your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because, Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you? I refuse to testify. Then there is no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Madengard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated. Is it over? Have we found the truth at last? What's wrong, Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. And now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't. Yeah, that is a bit strange. Now then, I would like to hand down my verdict for Madengard. Dang it, we were so close. Alright, fine. Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time. What? The reason is quite simple. This witness has yet to speak the absolute real truth. The absolute real truth? What are you... Witness, don't you understand yet? Huh? I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Madengard will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party. That's a lie. I don't believe you. What? I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over, and Matt would never be declared guilty. What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it? I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. It's Francesca von Karma. Huh? Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of another, because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. Then right now, Miss Andrews is... Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss von Karma. Don't say a word no matter what happens. If you do, Madengard will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undyingly believes in those words right now, and is clinging on to them. Then what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across anything like this. But Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? All I have to do now is get our not guilty. That is my only priority. It wasn't me, I'm begging you. Please believe me, I didn't kill Juan. Help. Please, someone, help me. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? The court can't continue on like this. Therefore, I'd like to hear what you intend to do. What I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? Right, I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. And think about who is the real mastermind behind this crime. Who's the real mastermind? Isn't that obvious? There's no one else who could be except the woman crying over there, right? Come on now. What will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Wright? We gotta force her to testify. Ugh. I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that. But I can't bring myself to do it. Not like this. I can't bring myself to do it like this. Not when she's making a face like that. Miss Andrews, I would like to know what you are really hiding. Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you're doing? Sure, Mr. Ungard would get an acquittal, but in his place, you would be found guilty. In this, is this how you really want this trial to end? But be quiet. How dare you? You're trying to trick me. That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense's theory is true. You're wrong. What a shame. I had hoped things wouldn't come to this. However, what is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulder to disclose this to the court. Stop! Mr. Edgeworth. This witness. How should I put this? She has an illness. What? And because of this illness, she had tried to commit suicide in the past. Stop. Please stop. No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here. Honestly, this feels like it's going too far. That's the second part of the suicide report. The attempted suicide report. What will you do? What will you do now, witness? You know what I am about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews. The secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything in the world. Please, please stop. I beg of you. I beg you. If people find out, I'll... If you're going to say you would choose death, that is no concern of mine. Okay, Edgeworth, that is way too far. Edgeworth, how can you be so cold? However, before you die, I'll pull the truth from your still breathing lips. No matter what I have to do. Jeez, what is this case? So, will you tell the court yourself, or shall I? Either is fine with me. I'll talk, but please, help me. Nothing matters anymore. No. I don't want her feeling this way. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted, honest. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife, and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience, and that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume. Stab the body with the knife? But why would you do that? Isn't it obvious to pin the blame on a certain person? A certain cowardly man? What do you mean by all of this? It might take this court a little while to understand, but this is the truth. The real killer is Matt. That scumbag of a man. I'll never forgive him. He's trying to escape his guilt again, just like last time. Last time? So, Miss Andrews stabbed the victim, Hawan Kurita, in the chest with the knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. I'm really gonna have to go to bed soon. Gonna try and quickly wrap this up, guys. So, with the intent of framing Madengard for the murder, and this is her crime. What? How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer? Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted, honest. But you could tell from the state of the room was in that there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say that you did not know he was dead? He had the scarf tied around his neck, but when the scarf was part of the Jamming Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. That's why I thought I'd wake him up, and went to pour the juice. When I realized he was dead, that's when I formulated my plan. What is this plan you had? I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because Juan. He was going to expose Matt's weakest weak point to the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button. The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. That was so you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn his eyes towards him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. So you were the one to stab the victim with that knife. It gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did. But at the time, I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. Then, when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I used the button somehow, I could make Matt look even more suspect. So you thought to rip one of the buttons off and then plant it in Mr. Engard's Hakima. Hello, Black Cat. Hello, sketchy NPC. Hope you're enjoying the stream. So you thought to rip one of the buttons off and then plant it in Mr. Engard's Hakima. Yes, that's what I had planned to do. But things never go that smoothly, do they? Just when I finished and I was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. What kind of inconvenience? An inconvenience. There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hall. I'm willing to bet my spikes it was Lotta. There was also a woman with a ray gun at the ready, pacing back and forth. That's Miss Oldbeg for you. I had already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once. So I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again. And that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume. You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you? Yes, it took from Global Studios. I also put it into Juan's guitar case the day before the award ceremony. You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct? Yes, Juan wanted me to wear that costume and hold the press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there. And what is the secret? That I don't know. Anyway, I thought that if I were to leave Juan's room in the Nickel Samurai costume, that people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. Absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume. I think we've heard enough. So after that, you went back to Mr. Ungard's room and planted the button. Into Matt's Hakima, yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into the bag. Then I snuck it out of the hotel and got rid of it. My word, what does all this mean? Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt Ungard. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk. Francesca, huh? She said that I should under no circumstances confess to what I had done. That if I just kept quiet, then Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words. What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she is not the real killer. Wait, Your Honor. The defense still... Right. It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything. Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. The cross-examination of the witness is over, and so is today's trial. You couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright. But... Man, this is such a long game. Well, this is a long game, but I meant it's such a long day in the game right now. Feels like they've been in the courtroom forever. Mr. Edgeworth, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning. Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately. That is all. Court is adjourned for today. Dang it. Wait, why is the... Did he just leave before everyone else? Or... Today's trial, it's over. And I didn't win an acquittal. Witness, would you mind if I asked you something? Edgeworth. What is it? Before you leave court today, I wondered if I might look at one thing. The card in your hand. It's been my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it? Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked me about this. Although I didn't remember at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright. I remember just now. I found this in the room on that day. The room? That day? Yes. I found this card when I discovered Juan's body. It was lying there right next to him. You found that card next to the victim's body. I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. But it's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right? Yeah, I guess not, but it's still a strange card if you ask me. But as far as a clue to this case, I don't see why. Witness that card! Give it to me, hurry! Uh, Edgeworth? Just got shivers from that hold on for some reason. Do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? This. I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. I didn't mean to. What is this all about? I've never seen Edgeworth so emotional before. That card. What in the world is it? And what does it mean? Well, I guess I'm leaving you guys on the cliffhanger because I need to go to bed now. If you want to figure out what that card is, if Madden Guard really is innocent or not, then you'll have to come back for next stream. Alright, I'll see you later, guys. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Remember, all my VODs get uploaded to my YouTube channel, so you can check out this VOD there if you missed any of it. And that's all I have to say for now, so bye, guys.